I think the priority still is the Yi Sin as well as the Lancelot. Most particularly the Lancelot, because I think most of the junglers our meta got nerfed a little bit, or at least you know, got touched, for lack of a better term. But yeah, Lancelot was not included in the patch changes. Not that I know, not that I can recall. And also, maybe just the Ice Retribution, which is, you know, general change to junglers anyway. So I don't think that will affect much when it comes to the choices for your junglers. As predicted, we will see the Fanny ban. And between E7 and Vamos, their priority will also be the Lapu Lapu. So I would expect Lapu Lapu or the Yisun as the first pick here for E7.
They go the Yisun. Seems to be the case. So they'll I don't know if they'll trade, if it'll be that Vamos takes the Lapu Lapu or not.
Lapu Lapu,
you know, it seems to be they could do Lapu Lapu Baksha if they really wanted to. But there's a lot of good options too, especially for the mid lane. Still seems to be a whole lot of Kimmy. The Farsas, the Jushin is also available, so I think that might be something that E7 decides to take if they want to go with the Jushin or the potentially the Farsa here in this first phase to go ahead and give over. Now, one of the main things though too is, like we've seen, you know, even with the YSS, like you can either have like a really good scaling game, snowball pretty quickly, or you can also fall behind pretty quickly. So I think these two picks are crucial for E7 to build into this YSS priority pick. You want to be able to go ahead and secure, you know, that early rotation for him. We still see a ton of action. Obviously, in the beginning of the game, it's always in the mid, right? Where there's, you know, they're pressuring each other to see if they can be a first blood. You see the Gatakachas pop up a lot for that reason, or, you know, even the Cho, for example, like when we saw it, to at least have a revitalize, right? But E7 is going to go with the... Whoa, that was so fast.
Instantly picking up the Hellcurt.
Okay, this is a signature.
Yeah, a signature for sure. They play it. Zord plays it, but they can also play it in the XP lane. I believe that there was also a time where they played in the gold lane.
Yeah,
can also be played in the jungle, technically speaking. But I think the likelihood that it will be in the XP lane is the highest. Will really depend on what will be the choice here for E7 afterwards. But knowing that they have shown us the Uranus, it's most likely going to be the Uranus as their XP lane pick.
I'm excited that the Hellcurt actually came through. This was banned yesterday, right? I mean, if I recall correctly, against Team Vamos, just a random Hellcurt ban did come through. Just because, yeah, most people that have been watching, you know, over in Malaysia for a while, or, you know, it's popped up in other parts of the world as well. But I feel like that flexibility comes out through from Team Vamos, especially with the Hellcurt. But it's still, in a way, like, it's as cool as it is to get to see, it's still a risk, you know, and in that sense. Like, Hellcurt can work really well for you and be a little gimmicky, because that's kind of what he is. But even so, if he's not able to get kills or scale up, then, you know, Dark Knight Falls always does provide some form of utility for the team, and that just kind of benefits them, especially when it comes to the objective takes here. But this second phase of bans, the Hilda's going to be taken out. Then we have, let's see, I don't know if they're still going to focus on maybe some of the potential roams that E7 could come with here. Yeah, they do. They go to the Gattacacha. So they'll take out the Gattacacha. That's what I was saying. You know, roams with the Revitalize seem to be a crucial thing. Most teams, most team compositions, they always have that now. The roam with the Revitalize, unless like we saw the Chos yesterday, for example, that pick off potential, or the Hylos. You know, Hylos has popped up a lot as well. And so at this point, you know, what are we thinking here? After this last ban comes out, what would make this composition for E7 better?
Maybe a Cho. Actually, they need some sort of catch, and not only catch, but also some way to provide the vision. Like a Cho that can roam around, gives you catch, gives you stun, but also information that you need, because there has to be someone to look for the Hellcurt later on, be it from the room or the experience. So I think the Cho would be good for E7. Before that, it's going to be Arlet that Famos has picked up. Now, E7, they're looking for this Kaja, but although, you know, Lunox and Kaja, that's a great combo. CC as well will be good for E7. I'm just kind of iffy about this Kaja because if you catch someone and it's not the Hellcurt will be able to pop the ultimate, and all of a sudden it's difficult to follow up with your Divine Judgment. I think it would be much better if they go for the choke. But yeah, same idea though. It's a displacement. That's a single individual pickoff, which would be guaranteed for maybe when they want to kill this Kimi or this Baksha.
Okay, so the pickoff potential's there. You don't see the Contra too often anymore. It's still one of those things that is niche in itself for a lot of teams. You can say the same, you know, they match the energy from the Hellcurt, man, you know, like they're like, all right, if you guys want to take the Hellcurt, we'll take the Kaja, which like I said, has kind of that on-demand ability to go ahead and get a pickoff, which is great, but that's what you know they're going to play around, and if it's gone, there's not too much a Kaja is actually going to be able to do into the team fight. So they'll go with the X-Borg for the last pick here for Team Vamos. This is a pretty solid lineup, though, for Team Vamos. I mean, they cover the grounds really well. They have early game threat, I would say, just with the Hellcurt alone being there, but also, you know, you have good scaling into this game from mid game to late game. And over on the other side for E7, I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, there's some stipulations here, right? You know you're not going to be able to do much on level 4 or until level 4 with that Kaja. And so this early game is important for them to not get, you know, first blooded, handed over, or, you know, any type of bad early game. And hopefully once they hit level 4, they can play around that Kaja, play around those playmaking abilities. And then even then the YSS should have a safe time to go ahead and scale up in that jungle.
Ooh, You mentioned something about like how reliable Vamos' composition will be. I'm just scared about their late game though, because they don't necessarily have the proper late game. They don't have the traditional marksman in the gold lane. What they do have is a Kimi, so at least there will be some sort of late game insurance for Vamos. But I think overall it's not as dependable. But obviously their early game is pretty good. This Hellcurt will be a problem for the entirety of the game, I would say.
Yeah.
And the fact that they have chosen this X-Borg to go up against this Uranus gives them a way to actually win in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here too, as we take a look at jumping into game 1 here. Part of it though too is like we've seen this, man. Like if there's pressure from this Hellcurt, as we're seeing already on Nanos, him alone, like even though he's a roam, you can scale up really quickly, and that's your damage, you know. And
yeah.
Even if they don't have that late game kind of guarantee or that insurance policy in a way, if this is one of those cases where it snowballs out of control because of this lineup, you're not even going to see the light of day of end game, right? Like the late game, if you're E7. So it's good that no one has died yet, because Zorn has been on the hunt. He might find Speedy here, but he is a Uranus, so he's going to be fine. But you know, that's the thing they got to watch out for. And E7's doing a great job. This is what I was saying. Until that level 4 is available for RESTREAM, then just take your time. You know, don't do anything too crazy. You don't have to. Mid lane, once again, still the focus here. Aizen under half health, but he'll get out. Still has time to go ahead and reset before this Turtles comes up.
Oh. It's going to be a pretty standard early game for both teams. It's good enough for E7 to not have anyone die on their side. If they secure this crab, it will be great. Yep, that's the XP crab going in favor of E7. So yeah, this will be a super duper even draft, even turtle, I mean. However, if the Baksha is able to control this much faster, this will be easily bad for E7.
Yeah, look at that. No contest. Again, nothing's really going to happen until level 4 comes online. Oh, RESTREAM, though. He gets petrified up there, but he still survives. He burned the flicker. But Aizen actually getting focused down. He gets killed in his side of the jungle. So a little miscomm there. Nanos trying to run away. Sizka doesn't have that final slash, but they'll come in cleaning it up anyway as Nanos falls. 2 on the board for Team Vamos.
It's going to be a great rotation coming up from Air 404. I wonder how he knew that there will be an opening for him to take out Aizen. Maybe because he's found another opening in the mid lane. Could be an exchange for Aizen, but Aizen has to back out. Good Dark Knight Falls, and now he's being punished. Has to get out of there. And Team Vamos are, I would say, just outmaneuvering E7 this time. They were able to identify that Aizen is a good target. They pick him off. They get a kill up top. And right now, in a snap, they're leading by 1,000 gold.
This is exactly what I was talking about, Wolf. You know, they don't want to give this early game to Team Vamos. In a matter of, a minute and a half or so, it already went to them. Yeah. And that's something that they're going to have to kind of adjust from because, you're going to see this build. I'm really interested to see what Zorn decides to go ahead and go for. I know he's already got the Fury Hammer. Look at the burst on RESTREAM too. A final slash going to be used. Alpha popping the Vengeance, able to pay back someone as Sizka falls. So at least something, an exchange, the 1-for-1 RESTREAM for Sizka. But still, they got to be able to go ahead and control what's happening here. This next objective that comes up, I don't know if E7 is actually going to be in a fighting position. The only way I see them taking that turtle is if they either have the numbers advantage before it happens, or they actually play around that divine judgment. We'll see if that ends up happening.
For E7, I think oh my goodness, that was really bad from Aizen. Really bad from Aizen, or really good from both Zorn as well as this Baksha. It seems like Error 404 knew exactly where Aizen wants to be.
Yeah. This is that information that's just being given over here. Zorn jumps in. Whoa. Stingers went the opposite way. He's going to get pulled by the Divine Judgment. Pops the Dark Knight Falls. Helps the team out a little bit here. It's only RESTREAM that goes down. Speedy has to flicker out. Some battle spells expended off of that. So at least, again, E7 playing into what they can, and that's just a kill. Speedy's got to be careful here, though, too. Aizen is falling further behind Speedy. Tries to get away. Not Speedy enough. If he falls under the turret, and another kill picked up as Alpha goes down on this side of the map, right in the mid lane. All this pressure from Team Vamos.
Oh, no. The chain reaction for E7 making some mistakes and then eventually even more as they were taken out by Team Vamos. The strength of Zorn on this Hellcurt is that even if he gets jumped on, like we said, that's why I didn't feel like the Kaja is a good answer here against Team Vamos, because even when Zorn or anyone from Team Vamos gets pulled by the Divine Judgment, the Dark Knight Falls is a great parting shot. Zorn eventually died in that exchange, but he was able to get the Dark Knight Falls off. This could be good for them if they take out 404, but no, Aizen goes down first.
Oh, Aizen goes down. That was a forced response, a huge final slash, a double kill already, looking for a triple, but it's Zorn that comes to pick up a RESTREAM. And that's just how much of a gap there is between the junglers right now, man, and how confident Zorn is on this Hellcurt. You can see how he's handling Speedy right now, but no, that's the thing. Error 404 is literally 404, by the way. His KDA is him. That's how confident he is in just taking everything from Aizen.
There was that time where he almost got picked up. There were 4 members of E7, but it wasn't enough against this Baksha that is so rich right now. Has the Radiant Armor. Of course, on top of the ultimate, you are very tanky as the Baksha. Even when they had the Lunox, E7 couldn't take out this Baksha in time, as Team Vamos was able to respond and turn it around. Up top, though, oh, what a final slash.
Oh my goodness, Sizka. Almost making something happen. Here comes the Team Vamos, making its way up top. They'll find RESTREAM. Good thing you had Nanos get out of there just in time. Zorn actually dies going for it. The turret falls, and they're going to go for Alpha. He pops. Okay, he's actually able to survive, too. Aizen, though, dies by himself against Natko. Is that what happened in the mid lane? Aizen, I feel like, is just... his position in this game is just off. He's died multiple times, a lot of times solo.
0 and 4, all solo kills, so solo deaths. Jimmy, Team Vamos are collecting kills all over the map. We're able to shut down as well the RESTREAM. Could have been really good for E7, but they're not getting anything out of it, because what happens is that if they make a play from the left side of the map, the middle side of the map, they are getting killed. And E7 are not getting clean pickoffs against Team Vamos despite them having this Kaja. Because that should be the case, right? If you commit the Divine Judgment, you have to be sure that there will be no trade-off from your opponents. But instead, Aizen gets picked apart, gets picked off, in the mid lane. And the entirety of E7 is getting picked apart right now.
Even that damage from Zorn enough to bring Speedy to half those stingers here. They're still going to put some pressure on him. And Last Insanity is going to be used too. Speedy could be in trouble, has to burn the flicker just to make sure that he survives against that Last Insanity. So still, it's Team Vamos just getting these resources out. Arrow 4-4 has no care in the world. He can just stay on this side of the jungle if he wants to of E7. He's tanky enough, he's solid enough on this Baksha that he doesn't really have to worry about anything, and just lets kind of Zorn go havoc here. Let's take a look at the items on how things are falling in place, Wolf.
Yeah. THS only the THS and the Fury Hammer for the Hellcards already enough for them to take him out, and the Dominance Ice from the Kaja, it's not gonna be enough for sure. But when it comes to like the Baksha, as a lot of the important casual items, the Molten Essence, the Dreadnought Armor, it's gonna be enough, especially with the Radiant Armor on top of it. He is very tanky right now. Team Vamos, they only are leading by 4,000, but you're already feeling that it's like a massive, massive lead that they have built.
Yeah, oof. Again, a flicker going to be used. They're going to fight under the turret. Last Insanity able to find multiple targets. And here comes Zorn on the back end. Getting a flicker out. They're going to clean up. RESTREAM still low, trying to get away. Zorn sees the kill in sight. They go all the way to the base turret, and they'll clean them up. It's a mega kill. It's a wipeout for Team Vamos, playing into the base of E7. And just like that, they'll go and get more turrets down. The Lord is up. A massive win for Team Vamos.
Oh my goodness. They even collected a lot of farm to go with that. They haven't started the Lord yet, but now they will. That's Team Vamos. That's probably one of the cleanest dives I've ever seen. Like, nobody died on their side. Typically, when you go for a reckless dive like that at 9 minutes, you get punished. But Team Vamos are just too clean with it. Nobody get tagged. Nobody got killed. They even had the Lord on their side. Right now, Zorn will have the Heaven's Halberd, which is going to be good versus the sustain of E7. But overall, just a straight up good item to have because it has the second highest damage when it comes to like attack weapons. And now he will have 2 DHS as well as the Halberd.
There's the pull of the Divine Judgment. Speedy's going to get caught here. Bit of a stun. Nice final slash able to find 2, forcing out that Brilliance. They still got to deal with this Lord. They do maintain that shield, though, in the mid lane, so it should clear this out. The charge still comes through by the Lord. A little bit of damage on that base turret. But right now, they'll continue to take what they want. Flicker going to be used. Initiation here, still trying to hold on. They hold on to that top shield still right now for E7. It goes down now. And they'll make their way for that bottom one. Team Vamos, with this kind of lead, 8,000 gold ahead. They're kind of just taking what they want.
Fortunately for E7, there's no actual marksman to hit the turrets for Team Vamos. It will take another team wipe for Team Vamos, or maybe a 4-man wipe against E7. The thing is, they really need to take all the heroes of E7 before they are able to push. That's the only disadvantage of what Team Vamos has right now, but we'll see how they can adjust with it. Dark Nightfall's already used.
Dark Nightfall is used. Final slash on Speedy. Yeah, I don't think Zorn takes that, even though he sees that low HP bar in sight. He maintains discipline on this Hellcart, man. So nothing just yet. They might still try to get this base turret with this wave pushing into that mid lane. Zorn's going to make his way up top, but Final Slash is going to be used. They're going to fight under the turret anyway. Speedy's going to be gone. Aizen still alive, but barely. Now Nanos trying to keep them up here towards that base turret. RESTREAM now joining the fight alongside Alpha. And they want to maintain what they can. Siska's actually going to fall. And Zorn will run a Traction Pulse thrown out and 1 HP on that base turret up top for E7. And it just seems like Team Vamos is willing to take these risks, man. You know they have this lead. They'll take what they can.
They're using their lead against E7 in a very aggressive manner. In fact, they have not stopped making the plays. Right now, they will pause for a little bit as Siska was taken out. And they don't have the Lord on their side, but it will be respawning soon. That's about more than a minute of utter dominance coming from Team Vamos. They did not stop playing on the side of the field of E7. Oh.
What's going to happen here? They're going to actually be able to cut them off. They split them up. Aizen deleted. Still chasing RESTREAM up the top too, just kind of delaying him from getting out. Speedy now and Nanos trying to do what they can. Last Insanity is going to be used. Siska's joining the fight, doesn't have a flicker, but he's got the final slash. He might be able to jump in, cause something, and it gets the stun with a vengeance, and now final slash is going to whiff though. It's going to miss. That cannon minion's going to go down, but they still have the waves pushing in on all fronts with just 2 members of E7 left alive. The base is going to be worked on. They're trying to go for Speedy, but he heals back up. They got to clear out these minions, but it might be just too much as Team Vamos will overload E7 and take game 1 in this best of 3.
One-sided for Team Vamos. It all started with their Hellcurt rotations, and they did not stop from there. I think the only pause that they did was when Siska was taken out, but it just lasted more for only maybe 30 seconds. For the entirety of the game, Team Vamos are applying pressure against their opponents, making plays after plays, finding and catching Aizen many times this game solo. And if ever we saw E7 make a play, they will go for the exchange afterwards. There's just no breathing room for E7 the entirety of this game, and that allowed Team Vamos to cleanly take game number 1. This is the elimination match, and Error 404 might not have the best game or set of games yesterday, but today he is instrumental to the wins of Team Vamos. 5-0 and 11 as the KDA, and a total of 8K when it comes to his gold. Error 404 have found a lot of solo kills and actually started the run of Team Vamos when he was able to take out the Yisen Shin in the Yisen Shin's jungle. That's how strong he was. I think that he definitely have read through what Aizen was trying to do, and ever since then Aizen just couldn't recover.
Yeah, the boxer was so good, man. And you know, you get a couple kills on it. You know, he's super confident with it, and they, like I said, they pick it up. Teams will pick it up because they get great rotation, but also you're great in the 1v1 too. You know, and it was unfortunate that Aizen, he had a lot of deaths going down 1v1, you know, whether it was in his side of the jungle or somewhere else on the side of the map. So it was very hard, was very difficult for Aizen to get the start that he needed. And that's the kind of the points we talked about when we were in the draft, you know. So really unfortunate that E7 couldn't make that work.
Let's see if E7 can pick themselves up and recover for game number 2, as we are now heading into a very short break. When we come back, it's going to be game 2 of this best of 3 elimination match between E7 as well as Vamos. Don't go away, as Phygital Games of the Future will be back. Digital Games of the Future in Abu Dhabi, and we are at day 2 of our MLBB matches. In fact, we are in game number 2 of this best of 3 elimination series between Team Vamos and Team E7. Quick recap, it was a one-sided affair. Team Vamos did not draft a traditional marksman gold lane, but they did not need an assassin to go with it. In a very mid and early game centric kind of composition, they have stomped E7. Naisu, what do you think should E7 do come game number 2 for them to extend this to game 3?
Based off game 1, one of the biggest things that they can do is just protect Aizen a little more, man. You know, and I don't know if like the plan in game 1 after he died a couple times was just, you know, everybody was just trying to do their own thing, catch up. But Aizen definitely needs a better early game. Because like he died a couple times early on, but that's also the pressure of a Hellcurt, and I almost think that's just going to warrant a ban for the Hellcurt, like just to throw it out there that they ban the Hellcurt out. Because again, guys, this is an elimination match, right? So definitely something that they're going to want to adjust. You can see E7 kind of talking things out. Maybe they're going to have a better game plan for the draft in game 2. Hopefully they do. I think the biggest thing though is, yeah, it's that like making sure that Aizen is able to go ahead and actually jungle, man, because there was really no contest when it came to the turtles. There was really nothing that he could do against the Baksha. There's the Hellcurt ban, like I expected, just to kind of alleviate some of that pressure of a signature hero for Zorn, right? And we saw that come to play right away. Like the pressure was just so immense to deal with. I'd actually like them to see I'd like to see them take the Baksha if it's open. I feel like maybe that'd be better for Aizen.
And speaking of what is better for Aizen, I think Lancelot should be their priority, because I think that they banned it in game number 1. Now, what I want to see from them is for them to actually get back to that kind of playstyle, because even when they lost against their opponents yesterday, it kind of felt like Aizen had something going in for him whenever he plays assassins. So I think this is the better decision for E7. Ban the Hellcurt. I feel, if I remember correctly, that was the Jushin that they no, it was open. I forgot their first ban, but it was Fanny and Lancelot as their ban. Okay, never mind. They will ban the Lancelot again, just like in game number 1.
Yeah, interesting, because there's obviously some good heroes that were left open, right, from the previous draft, and they decided to go elsewhere with it. But so I was saying, I think, you know, if you really want to break it down, starting with the first step, it's just getting that Baksha. I think for Aizen, maybe there's something better that they could take other than the Baksha if it's left over. I don't know if Aizen, like maybe he wants to just go again too, like he goes again on the YSS if it's open. But I almost feel like that's a little too risky, because it was priority in the last game, quickly answered. Because even with the Hellcurt out, like you still see teams like if with the YSS is there, they're still able to put pressure on the YSS. And that's what I was saying in that draft from game 1, where I was like, you know, if there's too much of that pressure for the YSS, he has a tendency to like just be shut down, right? And if you're shut down and you're not able to contest any of the objectives, you're in a really bad position. So it's open. Maybe they take the Baksha here. See if they do that, or they have something else in mind. Maybe a Lapu is open as well. We've seen that being priority before. A Jushin too. A lot of good options here.
Yeah, I do like the Baksha as a priority here for E7. However, they really, I can really feel that they wanted to go for the Yisun-Shin. In this particular game, the Fanny is left open. Yu Zhong was also banned in game number 1. That's what that was the missing ban that I couldn't remember. So for E7 now, I feel like it's either just the Yisun-Shin or the Baksha as their first.
It has to be.
First
Yeah,
pick. So,
makes sense.
Oh, it's the Baksha. Vamos can actually pick up the Fanny. They, I know for sure that they do play the Fanny. They even play it on Zorn. So, but it will be CC as well as the Kimi. It seems like the prompt for Vamos is to pick up the CC when the Baksha is out for their opponents.
Okay. The CC, yeah, we see. I feel like we've almost seen it in every single series here on Stream A, man. Like even yesterday, we saw the CC so much. It's warranted though, right? It does go ahead and give a lot of pressure to that back line, even with the change to Vengeance, like just returning a little bit less damage to the attacker. Like CC's pressure towards that back line is still strong. You're still able to go ahead and do quite a bit. And relatively a safe laning phase for you too. So they're hovering over the Fanny right now. I'm not sure if E7 is going to take this. That they do though. So what are we thinking here? Where's the Boxer going? Is this going to be a Boxer roam then?
Yeah, that's going to be a Boxer roam now. It's way too early for them to reveal where Boxer will go for, but I think that they felt pressured as well because they know that the Fanny can be picked up as a red 3 pick for Team Vamos. That's why they picked it up. But again, this is a very honest draft coming out from E7. Fortunately for them, they don't have to worry so much about poke or long-range nukes like Farsa or Yves because the Vamos squad have already picked up this Kimi. Badang is the answer. One of the most classic answers to Kimi. That's going to be the Badang. The Team Vamos are very much happy to pick that up. I think this is a good answer overall because it's not that scared of the Baksha as well as the X-Borg. He didn't really fend off on his own. Very solid choice when it comes to a roamer role for Zorn. He knows that his mastery is actually pretty good with that hero. And like I said, it's a good answer to the Fanny.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday, Wolf. You know, the Badang was the same answer for the Fanny that was picked up. I think it was actually Arrow 404 that played the Fanny, and it was Light that picked up the Badang yesterday. So, you know, essentially the same thing. It just kind of answers that, and you're able to go ahead and kind of control the Fanny a bit here. So, it's down to the same thing, like I said in the previous game. It's like E7 with this kind of lineup that they have in the first pick. It's so crucial these last 2 picks with they build this out for the rest of the team comp. And now for their mid lane, it's not open now. The Farsa was banned out. You still have the option for a Jushin. We've seen basically those heroes for the most part, right? Kimi, Eve, Farsa, Jushin, the occasional Kagura that popped up yesterday. What else have we seen in the mid? Well, there's also the Lunox.
The Lunox. I think that's at least for our broadcast. Valentina was banned here. It was also picked up before. Yeah, but okay. So there is going to be the Hayabusa ban. Almost all of the valid junglers from the Assassin role has been banned out. Maybe the Joy could also be an option, but Vamos can shift this to well, they have shifted towards the Guinevere, which is a lot of stuns that can control this Fanny. But usually when you go for the Guinevere, you're looking for supplementary knockup. But of course, Badang as well as CC, they don't have that. Now, if you are E7, you're going to be looking for your mid lane as well as potentially your gold lane. So I think that they're left with just Jushin at this point. Or maybe Selena, they are willing to pick that up. I'm not sure if they are well versed in that hero, but the benefit of getting the Selena is you get extra leash. Sicilian could be a good hero. Has good scaling as well. I think they need that. And Nathan to go with the Fanny, a very greedy lineup coming up from E7. If they do pick the Sicilian up, this is going to be a super duper late game centric composition from E7. And Team Vamos can just shift this mode. What they can do right now, Naisu, is to pick up an early game gold lane or an XP lane, maybe even a carry, even a Bruno, for example, or a fighter like a Lapu-Lapu. They will not have any kind of late game compared to E7 if they continue with this, but their early game is so strong that we might not reach the late game.
Oof. Yeah, this is a little bit worrisome from E7. They went with the Boxer first pick, but then they go with the Fanny. So in a way, it's not too often that you see the Boxer roam right now currently in the meta. I mean, he still does pop up here and there, but not as much, and maybe that was a swerve they were going for. But this is also a composition that if your Fanny gets shut down by this composition that we see here, especially Zorn on the Badang, the problem is you lose such a big component of your damage profile in the early game, you know, and you're going to be forced to just sit in the side lanes and push out those waves if you can here. So quite an interesting draft, to say the least, from E7 for a potentially their last game here. As if they get swept, once again, they are going to be out of the games of the future for MLBB here. This is their chance to get to a game 3, and we'll see if this composition gets them there.
It's going to be up to how they rotate with the Fanny. When it comes to the composition of Team Vamos, don't be surprised. I think this might be a trend. Maybe teams don't like traditional marksmen. Marksmen? Or marksman heroes. All right.
Why can't they be markswomen?
Yeah, carries. Yeah, carry Beatrix, they're markswomen, right? Should be. But yeah, marksman heroes in the goal lane to avoid any kind of confusion at all. But yeah, I think that Team Vamos are showing us how it's done. It's not the first time that we are seeing this kind of composition. In fact, Team Falcons did it yesterday. Or earlier today, if you are from Southeast Asia. That's what we saw from them, and it was semi-successful. For Team Vamos, now they are indeed successful with it. The fact that they're doing it for back-to-back games shows us that, yeah, this could work. And the way that I'm talking about it a lot is mainly because, oh my goodness, Aizen.
Ooh.
Okay.
Aizen getting the first blood. That's great. And
the purple.
And the purple. That's huge for E7. That's exactly what they need to happen here, man, with this kind of lineup. You know, get the advantage for Aizen on this Fanny. And potentially, if you have to get the late game, at least you've got a Sicilian, you know, to scale into.
That's right.
Once again, though, this is a good start for them.
Anyway, going back to what I'm saying, Naisud, why I'm making a big deal out of it, the fact that they don't have a traditional marksman, is that because they're utilizing a quote-unquote utility jungler. This is not an assassin jungler. Guinevere is more of a fighter, right? So it's like almost in a way, same category as a Yi and Shin, for example. Then there are tank junglers / utility junglers like the Fredrin, like the Akai, like the Baksha, the Barats. Typically, with those kinds of heroes, you pick up a traditional marksman so that you have late game scaling. But Team Vamos, for back-to-back games, they're showing us that, yeah, you don't need a traditional marksman, maybe, in the metagame that we have right now.
Right now, Team Vamos is going to fight face-to-face with this turtle. It's going to go for a reset. Revitalized pump by RESTREAM, but look at Natko joining the fight, too, on the CC. We'll bring him down with the Yo-Yo Blitz. Klakun gets the kill. And now Natko will continue to put pressure on Nanos, forcing him to the turret. Drago armor is going to be popped on Alpha. He has to flicker defensively, too, just to get to the turret to stay alive. And Team Vamos, they fought for this turtle, and they will get it as Arrow 404 claims the turtle and is making his way for his own purple buff to take. He's still got the retribution, so they're gonna have to fight for it. Flying Clouds bringing him back. RESTREAM forced the fight. This is a fight in the jungle. Do they want this? Violent Requiem already going to use as Aizen falls, and RESTREAM's going to be next. They find 3 kills all on this side of the map, potentially a 4th, and Arrow 404 is still alive.
Oh man, the only consolation prize that Speedy able to get a whole turret down the bottom lane, including the outer turret energy shields. E7, unfortunately, they were already winning, and I think that if they had given up that turret after losing RESTREAM, it would have been better for them because they could have pushed or maybe went for somewhere else. But because of that, Aizen had a serious case of the dying clouds once again, as he was taken out by Arrow 404.
All right, now too, they already know the flicker was used. Nanos trying to get away. He does survive after using the Bat's Feast, but this is the pressure. This is the shift that we see Team Vamos do. Once they get any type of lead, they don't let up. Potentially Zorn looking for a play. He's going to have Flicker in a couple seconds here, so see what he decides to do. Up here on top, they're going to go for Siska. Siska flickers out. Should be fine against this attempt from E7.
Gonna be okay for now. All of a sudden, Team Vamos have built 1,000 gold lead over their opposition. Still plenty of gold for the Nathan, though. That's a 3,000 gold the team was able to collect the early stages. And this is really what E7 is banking on, is Nathan to go late. Fortunately, RESTREAM will be taken out once again. That's the roamer for E7. Surely E7 are not happy with that, but not too sad about it either. It's going to be up to how they can protect this Nathan up top.
Oh, So close, Speedy. Oh, Zorn sees it, the kill in sight, but those... Oh, he actually still gets it with a fist wind, despite being thrown around with the claws, and they repay Nanos for thinking they could take out Zorn. Another fallen up here on the top side for E7. Aizen looking to clean up a kill, potentially, if he can, but no one is low enough for Aizen to take. The turtle for the taking here. Team Vamos, after a victory up top, will now go ahead and take another objective, furthering the gold lead. They've built themselves under the 6-minute mark. Alpha's gonna get spotted out. Oh, he walks into the bush, even with the Frogger armor. He might get chased down. He's pretty slow. Yo-Yo Blitz already gonna be used with the current call. Aizen trying to pick up a kill himself. He does get payback against the jungler of Team Vamos as Error 404 does fall.
That's a good kill coming up from E7 because Aizen got it and it was onto Error 404. And the Sanguine Claws coming up from Nanos was just way too good. There's still plenty of gold lead that they need to put down now, as E7 is trailing behind by 2,000 gold, but that's a step in the right direction. I still have to say that the way for them to win this is to protect Speedy at all costs.
Yeah, let Speedy scale up, and Nanos to an extent, right?
No.
Oh, no, Zorn, no. You can't protect Speedy like this! Oh, Speedy.
Man.
Even has the Purify, but still, I don't think it would have helped him there. Unfortunately, Nanos just had to watch him die.
Yeah. Far too forward. You can see it happening from a mile away. And even Aizen was taken out for I don't know, actually, whatever happened in that exchange. I think he might have taken out Natko, but traded for his life. So that will mean that Team Vamos will be comfortable in this lead once again. They're not controlling this jungle of E7.
Siska jumping in just so Zorn can get away from this fight. You know, that's just how much of a distraction they can be. Team Vamos here utilizing Zorn continuously to just cause some havoc. They're not even massively ahead. Like, that's the thing. But it just seems like these team fights aren't going in favor of E7 at all, and most of them aren't even team fights. It's just Team Vamos actually getting a better rotation, a better position on one of the side lanes especially, or in their side of the jungle, and getting a kill and disengaging, you know? So it's you can take a look here how things are panning out. Aizen isn't behind, you know, he's actually slightly ahead of Arrow 404, but he's just having a hard time getting into these positions for the objectives, right? He might be able to pick up a kill, and maybe that's what they can lean on here as they give up this last turtle of the game over to Team Vamos to take pretty much freely.
Yeah, super free. Speaking of, we're looking just at the items right now. The fact that there is already a Thunderbelt for Zorn, and I think he's building up for an Oracle. That will be a big problem for E7 eventually, because his Badang will continuously cycle through his spells and combos that he's able to just push back, knock back everyone from E7, and eventually control this Fanny. This Fanny will be facing a lot of problems later on. And the fact that there's a lot of stuns to couple that up with, if you're Team Vamos, you have the Guinevere, you have the Lapu-Lapu as well, so whoever Zorn catches, there will always be a follow-up.
RESTREAM pretty tanky here, but it's 3, make it 4 members of Team Vamos going for him. Even with the Revitalize, he's going to be gone. Aizen in trouble too, quite low, has to cable on out. A last Insanity going to be used just to keep Team Vamos from going forward, but a Spatial Migration will be able to catch Alpha. And once again, at Team Vamos, choosing their fights. Even the Aizen sees some low health bars, he can't risk it. Gonna have to be careful on here. He should be able to just cable on through. Could be in trouble though. This break being thrown out. Aizen still 1 HP. Oh, Natko will pick him up with the Yo-Yo Blitz. E7 falling apart here on the top lane. Even further, RESTREAM taking a couple punches from Zorn. Tanky enough to survive this though. They still have the Flying Clouds plus this tier 2 turret. But it's just Team Vamos taking what they can until this Lord comes up. RESTREAM will go ahead and spawn out Zorn, and that's just going to be it.
E7 needs to take care of themselves now. I mean, it's not impossible for them to mount the comeback. If there's any lineup that can actually mount it, this is the lineup that should have it. It's a Cillian and the Nathan. Only problem is that they are focusing so much on magic damage. That's why Oracles have been picked up by Team Vamos. Eventually, Radiant Armors will be a problem. There is an argument that can be made though for this Nathan, because Nathan can actually one-shot people even through radiant armor, especially when he picks his target correctly. For example, if he focuses on Clockun as well as maybe Natko, that could be good. But it will take so much farm to get there. And that's also true with the Sicilian. I would feel like E7, if they just relax a bit, look for their crucial pieces, not make extra plays like this, they could have a way for this game to last.
That's not man. I don't know if that's going to happen here. Wolf, Bison going down there. Lord secured. They're going to continue the onslaught up here. Just going for more. You know, this is the thing, man. Team Vamos takes what they want. They've been doing that the whole series.
Yeah, that's right. It kind of feels like Team Vamos are just styling on E7 right now with this composition. No traditional marksman, and coupled with a fighter jungler. Team Vamos are showing us how it's done, the new meta that we have. I'm not sure if this is going to be a trend. Maybe if we get to see more of this in great success in the upper bracket matches that we'll have later on, maybe we can say that, yeah, no traditional marksman kind of comps will be good, but we'll see.
Still working for it. RESTREAM's going to pop that Revitalize, but he's just going to be knocked into the air again. Last Insanity to help cover some of the grounds. Aizen might join this fight or just clear out the waves, but the shield's going to be popped already. And Team Vamos walking in with this Lord. We'll continue more. A jump in from Error 404 gets the Purify out from Speedy. They'll just clear out the Lord the best they can, trying to mistain a hope at Zorn. He'll jump in, a fist break, fist crack combo, forcing the fight anyway. He's still going to be alive a little bit longer, but finally Nanos will take him out, picking up a Divine Glaive that's going to help the damage on the Sicilian as they defend. Aizen now part of the fight. Natko up on the front side, Siska as well. He jumps on back with that Bravest Fighter. Aizen still on the hunt, but he's just going to clear things out. They maintain their base turrets.
Yeah, Speedy, and I guarantee 0 and 3 for this Nathan. There's great defense coming up from E7 because of the Sicilian. And then if you think about it, eventually this Fanny will have a way to split push. But we are not seeing that happen from E7. They are not fighting on their own terms. That's why Team Vamos at 12 minutes in has 7,000 gold lead, and they're not scared to really pummel down into E7 right now. They're positioning themselves onto the jungle of E7, taking away resources that would have been there for the Fanny. That's why the Fanny cannot go very far, even across their own side of the river. They cannot do that because there's no purple buff available for the Fanny.
Oh, let's see what they can do. I mean, even without a purple buff, they have pretty good defense. This lineup allows them to clear things out. Ooh, Arrow 404 out of the picture so quickly. Siska now too on the retreat, might be able to go ahead and pick up a kill, gets a Revitalize out on RESTREAM. Whoa, RESTREAM, it feels like E7 is feeling a power spike here, man. They might be confident enough in their defense that they can just kind of hold on until the stacks are built up, and you know, even Speedy to come online here. Are they getting close with the items?
They are getting close. Is, I would say yes, but they're still very far. There's still a lot of ways to go about it, because, and I'm only saying that because there is a Lord that's happening right now. If E7 can last another Lord cycle, this could be a doable game for them.
Good play there, Traction Pulse, but there's the stun. Nanos trying to get away, even with a flicker, won't be able to, gets targeted and locked down. Aizen has to get out of dodge. Alpha is going to be next. Immortality is going to be popped, and Zorn and Error will focus on RESTREAM. Here comes Aizen, though. Can he turn the tide of his fight? RESTREAM still left to his whims. He's going to rely on Speedy and the rest of the team, but he's tanky enough. No, Aizen coming back towards us. He's on the hunt. Can he chase down Clockun? Clockun going to be fine, though.
No energy.
No energy. Aizen trying to get away. Error 404, part of this now, too. So low. Traction Pulse won't be able to connect. He has one more cable to get out. He can't. A huge catch from Error 404 on the Spatial Migration Requiem. And now, are they going to start up this Lord here? But E7 is back.
They should.
With their 4 members. Can they stall this out and delay it, or do they just let it go?
They just have to let it go. They don't have the retribution, and I would have... Aizen, he tried to go for Clockun, but he ran out of energy eventually. Of course, Clockun also outplayed him. He tried to get out, and it was looking very promising for Aizen without the purple buff because of his timing with the cables. It's as if he was trying to outwit Error 404, but he just didn't have enough energy to eventually get out. He was eventually caught by Error 404, and that's a kill and another Lord for Team Vamos. E7 needs to mount this defense. Like I said, if they can still keep their base intact after this is a winnable game for them, but it will be a very difficult defense for them.
Let's see if they can mount it, Wolf. They're gonna have to do that some way, somehow. RESTREAM already at half health after a couple shots. They're gonna clear out this Lord really quickly, though. So unless Team Vamos decides to force a fight, this clear speed, this defense lineup that E7 has will be able to clear out these waves. They're still focusing on this mid lane. Last Insanity is going to be used as well, just to clear out that mid wave, to keep that mid turret up. And this is what I was saying, man. You know, E7's lineup, that's that high ground defense lineup, clearing out these waves, buying time, getting stacks, and keeping them into this game, hoping to get to, I would say, potentially maybe that 20-minute mark where they can maybe find themselves contesting that Lord to come up here, this next one. And if somehow, some way they get themselves that Lord, they might be able to flip this game over. Again, they have so much grounds to cover with only 2 turrets down.
They still have the X-Borg as well as a Sicilian. Great defense from E7. The later this game goes, the bigger their chance is on actually securing a comeback. And the later the game goes, Team Vamos composition kind of peters out. You can see that happening already when it comes to the way that they're pushing, because it's very difficult for them to actually push a turret. Just, I think their only way for them to actually end this game is to wipe out the members of E7, because as long as the X-Borg as well as the Sicilian is left standing, Team Vamos will find it so difficult to siege E7. So at this point, again, 16-minute mark, we are slowly getting into that point where there is a power spike for E7. Ice Queen 1 for Alpha, that's where you know that he is having a good time, because normally you won't get to this spot as the export, but yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense. It's a traditional build. It's not the first time that the Ice Queen 1 was actually picked up by an export.
Yeah, at this point too, you know, you see them just kind of basically powering up as a team here, recalling. Because again, there's not much E7 can do aside, you know, continue to stack up, clear the waves, potentially wait for the Lord. I'm actually curious if they want to contest it or if they just rather defend, because their lineup actually allows them to have a pretty good time defending, you know, into this base if they want to. Whereas if they decide to go in and contest Lord, they put themselves in a little bit of a unfavorable position, right? Even though they have some of these over mortalities now, some more of the defensive items, they're just better off with this lineup defending in the base, having their backs against the wall instead of potentially getting cut off from each other.
It's going to be the Lord take. It seems like E7 are not even interested into peeking, not even a peep onto this Lord. They just stayed in their base, and I think that's a smart decision to do. And right now, you just have to look at the items. Sicilian is almost locked item. Oh no, sorry, he's just 9.6k gold. He's actually so far away. I think the fact that they have been corralled into their base for a long time, that meant that this Sicilian will not have enough items for him to be a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Just this item set for the Sicilian is not gonna be enough for Speedy though. Full build onto this Nathan. It's gonna be a glass cannon kind of Nathan. The way that he actually itemized this, so he has to be careful a little bit. But he does have the Purify and the Ultimate, the Entropy, so he's got his tools. But he just has to be careful not to be caught by Team Vamos.
This is also a bit of a beefier Lord now that's evolved, making its way up top, so they'll just clear things out. RESTREAM taking quite a bit of damage off that curtain call here from Natco, but they'll be back up by the time they get ready to actually push into the base. Oh, Zorn jumping in on Speedy. Speedy actually still going to be okay, though, too. Zorn's the one that falls, so still holding on. They'll clear out the Lord, and without Zorn and Ziska low, it looks like they want to go on the retreat. Team Vamos can't end the game here at nearly the 20-minute mark, even with an involved Lord.
Yeah. That was a nice attempt coming up from Zorn. I understand why he went for it, but he didn't get the wall up. That's why Speedy was able to get out of the zone. Well, Speedy had the Purify anyway, so he's gonna get out no matter what happens. But the idea is you pop the Winter Crown with your ultimate so that you will not be attacked or countered by E7. Looked to be a promising jump, but Team Vamos are now feeling the weight of this non-marksman kind of lineup. And they are suffering from that as they cannot end the game just yet. I'm not saying that they are automatically losing here. I still feel like they have their ways to do it, but it's going to be harder and harder by the minute for Team Vamos.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they can keep trying here. You know, you see that with Arrow 404, potentially just trying to get, you know, even if it's the immortality or some of that Fragile armor down, they kind of have to chip away at E7 now. And that's a little more difficult for them. RESTREAM is going to deal with this setup from Zorn. Aizen's going to join. Oh, a good wall, though, this time. Aizen, he gets the flicker out of Clockcoon, but RESTREAM's going to be the one to fall. And now Aizen in trouble, too. That was a big mistake to fight there, with the waves pushing in up top and mid. And down 2 members, E7. But they still have great clear. They should be okay. Even with Alpha on this X board, he can clear these out. Lord is up. I'm not sure if Team Vamos actually wants to decide to go for it, if they're just going to push in. Alpha takes the brunt of the damage. He's still got the immortality. He's going to be thrown up in the air. Not go. Find his own as well. They're going to force the fight here on the bottom side of the base. Zorn will pop the winner crown. They're just trying to go for the win, go for the sweep. Siska's locking on the base, but the waves are being cleared way too fast. And now Arrow 404, his immortality is going to be popped, and he jumps on out. And they try to get what they possibly could. They at least get a base turret, and they make their way for the Lord.
Oh, what a costly mistake coming out from Aizen as well as RESTREAM. I feel like it has been a long time since he's not gotten his purple buff. That's why I felt like, okay, maybe I can take this one. Unfortunately, will be picked off, and they will lose a turret because of that.
But they can contest
not
this
as
too.
Game losing though.
Yeah,
could be the Lord now.
Oh, look what's happening here, Wolf. It's the same thing. Don't tell me Aizen's going to get trapped once again.
No way.
Up on that top side, they're going to go for the chase. It's them. The conceal was used. Oh, they didn't land any of the crowd control they were looking for. But Arrow 404 will jump on in. And it's Arrow 404 that made the error. They went for a play, and they got punished by E7.
Oh, my God.
And now the chance of taking a Lord are gone for Team Vamos unless they just go ahead and stall this out. A big misplay there.
Big misplay. They got outplayed by Aizen. This time able to get his purple buff. But the timing was just bad for Team Vamos. They couldn't land the stuns that they needed. They had plenty of crowd control, but it was far too late when they got it. Alpha will lose his Viraga armor just from the pokes coming up from Clockcoon. Team Vamos are still feeling like they are very strong at this moment. Zorn in no man's land.
Oh, Zorn! He gets cutthroat. Immortality's going to be popped too. The bad impacts are so massive here at this point, but it's RESTREAM that goes down. Not go joining the fight. Alpha is quite low. No Froggle armor, but it should be back up. But they'll just finally say, you know what, guys? Let's just get the Lord here. Arrow 404 is going to be back up in a second. Let's start it up and secure this win. I feel like they've been throwing a whole lot at E7, and like you said, I think, Wolf, this is just a mere fact that, again, when you don't have that traditional marksman, you know, you kind of put in this situation here. So they'll go ahead and zone out Alpha so they can secure themselves this Lord. He pops the last Insanity. Aizen's going to join this fight. I'm not sure if they're going to continue to put pressure here. So Lord will be secured 23 minutes into this game, at 23 and a half. And they'll get ready to march into this base. Taking the last one. Zorn could be in trouble. He's going to get chased down a little bit here, though. Last Insanity could be used, too. He's still alive somehow, some way. Zorn is alive. And it's Alpha that dies instead. So without Alpha, this is a pretty tough task to defend against this beefed-up Lord with a full force from Team Vamos.
That's Alpha. That's the last Insanity. That's the X-Borg. The defense from E7.
They're going to go for it, already forcing the fight anyway. They know the Lord's on their side. They're going to be able to pick up a couple kills, and Team Vamos, that's going to be it. It took them a little bit longer, but they'll be sending E7 home as they sweep the series.
Team Vamos almost let that game slip from their hands. We were talking about how difficult each minute will be for Team Vamos the longer the game goes. But in the end, a chain of bad decisions coming out from E7, them going for the purple buff, getting picked off, Alpha getting taken out as well. Coming from the initiations from Team Vamos, those pickoffs mattered so much, and they broke the game wide open in the last minute. Team Vamos finding a kill onto Alpha, the X-Borg, one of the key components for the defense of E7, taken out, meant that it was an easier castle to siege for the Malaysians. That's going to be Siska, 5-0-13, the MVP of this game.
MVP here, Siska. Again, a crucial component to Team Vamos' compositions. And, you know, there's a lot of moments there, too, where he was able to go ahead and help the team, you know, on that Lampu Lampu and keep them alive. And just the way that Siska's positioning is and the way that he plays back-to-back from the series, you know, proven just how valuable that they can be. These specific heroes and of course the XP laners there, but nonetheless it took them a little bit longer, you know, 24 minutes, and they had quite a bit of a lead leading into the base push the first time, you know, and it was just you knew that lineup that came through in the draft that was like, well, they have plenty of late game insurance for E7, and they started to, you know, come back in that game. It was just unfortunate that really even that comeback was just primarily in their base. You know, they didn't really get the opportunity to start charging down on Team Vamos' side of the map. And, you know, it was unfortunate because the firepower was there. I think if they would have just had a better team fight around that Lord, or they would have, you know, maybe had a chance to focus on it, then they could have made it happen here. So, you know, unfortunately, that is Team Vamos getting the sweep. Unfortunate for E7 and their fans out there. That will be them bowing out of games of the future here.
Yeah. GG's to E7, a well-fought tournament for them. And I'm sure that they have learned so much from this tournament that they have played up against Versotime as well as Team Vamos. Unfortunately, it's the end of the line for them. And for Team Vamos, they're going to be waiting for their next opponent. They're still not safe. Whoever from now on, it's a tournament life for them, right? So they're going to go to the I guess this is the next round. It's what do you call this? It's a
main stage round. Yeah, like main stage.
What is the 1/8? What is 1/8 final? Again, it's a.
The 1/8 final would be the
quarter final, not a quarter final.
Yeah, quarterfinals. Quarterfinals.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, quarterfinals.
I'm not good at math.
Yeah, quarterfinals. Because right now, you've got the Wait, right? No. Play-ins. I mean, technically, it's still play-ins. Yeah, it's last 6. Yeah. Quick maths. Okay. Quick maths.
Quick maths. Yeah, but. We have still plenty of MLBB action to watch, everyone. I know that all of the E7 fans out there are quite sad that this happened, but it is what it is. It's the nature of the competition. Team Vamos came out to play today, and they have shown us a different approach to the patch with a non-fighter setup. So that's gonna be them moving on to this tournament. We're gonna have plenty more Mobile Legends action when we do come back. So do not go away, because it's going to be a lot more MLBB. I believe that it will be Homeboys going up against Influence Rage in the other stream, and then Team Spirit will watch them as well. That's going to be the next matches for the Digital Games of the Future. Don't go away, as we will be back.
we talked about both of them respective matches yesterday. Team Spirit's the one I'm going to have to lean towards here, Wolf. I think just because, again, like the experience that they have, the veterancy that they have. I was, rather surprised with the result yesterday, though. I will say that much, just because, it was like bully Hiko day, I guess, from our Kyoshi, man.
Yeah.
And Idok just seemed to have, his number, especially with the back-to-back Cho games. So I hope whatever happened yesterday, as we take a look at Team Spirit's lineup here, they're able to go ahead and adjust that. And Hiko's positioning was the main thing about yesterday that really stood out. So hopefully, Hiko himself is able to adjust from that. It's One Shot, Sawo, Kid Bomba, and Sunset Lover, of course. And I think just as a whole, yesterday against Arkyuhoshi, it just didn't look like the Team Spirit we knew, And so we'll see if that's going to be an adjustment to go up against this squad here, the Mongols.
It's going to be Zetsu, Meiki, Mumu, Shenlin, and Rinks. This is the match that we've seen yesterday that went the distance, probably the longest match overall of so far of Games of the Future MOBB. Not only when it comes to games, but also when it comes to the amount of minutes that we actually spent watching these two teams. But that doesn't mean that the Mongols will be pushovers now. It actually might mean that they are a big threat to Team Spirit. But we don't have to guess any further as we are now heading into the draft. It's going to be the Eve as the Mongols band here.
Okay, quick first phase going through. I'm wondering if the Mongols is actually... I wonder if they're going to just go for the Baksha here. Or no, the Baksha's banned out. Did they just go pick up a Lapu Lapu potentially? Yeah. Jushin too, for Meiki. They could decide to go that route. What else would they prioritize here on blue side?
Yeah, I think Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu?
And maybe the Lancelot or Lapu Lapu. But I kind of really remember Mongols likes to get the Lapu Lapu. And I'm sure that Mumu was actually phenomenal with that hero yesterday. So it's a lot of there's a big chance that the Mongols will pick that up, and of course the Jushin.
Yeah, there it is.
Never forget
about
what
I expected. Yeah. I believe. Meiki played it. What? Both? Was it both games? No, Meiki played it all 3 games yesterday against Team Falcon. So seems to just be one of those comfort picks, signature picks. Jushin still works great. I mean, for the most part that we see, even after the patch came out, it's she had a little bit of the change where she can't I think there's like a 4-second cooldown now when you actually drag a hero back with the lantern, but still it's one of those power utility mages. But like I said, again, they played it in all 3 matches yesterday, and unfortunately they couldn't beat Team Falcons with those. But part of it though was just the way that they played around it. I mean, if you remember too, they also went with a couple Hylos games. I'm not sure if they're still going to prioritize Hylos. We'll have to see what the Mongols decide to do here, especially against this Kimi Lapu Lapu combo that we see often quite a bit in that first phase already picked up here for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I would think that they wanted to go for Gisenchin, Gisenchin Hylos. I think that's the for Esmeralda and probably the Lancelot. Okay, so the Lancelot I'm not that surprised about. Esmeralda isn't that surprising when up against the Lapu Lapu, but it is very surprising to be one of the first 3 picks for blue side. And I guess that Mongols would like to get that for their own, and they kind of feel like it will be banned out eventually, so they had this decision to go for this one. Now for Team Spirit, they will get this Hilda despite the presence of the Esmeralda. Maybe another opposite day today. I think yesterday when we saw like the counters to the heroes getting picked before the heroes themselves,
Yeah, that's true. It's like a reverse. It's like an Uno reverse card, man. A little bit of different drafting pattern. I would say that was the case yesterday though too, through our drafts in the 4 series we had. I'm not sure if Stream B was the same way, but if anything, the drafting patterns have changed a little bit. Not too much, but I feel like, once again, teams still kind of lean towards if they can have one of those picks that is flexible, they'll go ahead and take that in the first phase. Now, that can be said for, the likes of an Esmeralda, for example. It can also be, technically, you can also say that for, we have even seen a Hilda, flexed, right, in before as well. That's right. But most likely that's not going to be the case here. But at least for this, the Mongols can play around. I feel like the fact that they have, they already have a great jungler that can keep pace. I'm wondering what is going to be picked up for Team Spirit, specifically for one shot. The fact that they could just opt for utility, they could just go Fredrin, unless that's going to be the last ban from the Mongols, or they narrow it down even further on the assassins here. So my eyes are going to be on one shot. We know he's got a Fanny too. In his sleeve, up his sleeve. We've seen one shot play that before, so let's see what he ends up going for this matchup.
Yeah, Fanny, Joey. You would generally want to have an assassin when up against the Jushin right now, because you really have to apply pressure on that hero. Maybe force an ultimate, force a flicker. Gotta have a way to get to that, because as we have learned from yesterday's matches, Jushin, despite the nerfs, kind of feels like still a very strong mid lane. And I think that eventually, maybe after 4 days of watching Games of the Future, maybe eventually teams will prioritize banning the Jushin once again. But now we're just feeling it, really. So, for sure, assassins should be the focus here if you're the Mongols, as they have banned out the Hayabusa first. Be surprised if that's the Fanny or our Joy ban here for the Mongols.
Maybe Joy. Oh, they actually do the Fredrin. I was, I threw the Fredrin out there thinking that, if they wanted to go utility, that's about the safest option. I'm still waiting. I'm still secretly hoping for that Barrett's, man. I'm like, maybe at one day throughout Games of the Future, we'll see the Barrett's come through. For those that don't know, Barrett's was somewhat buffed, and when he gets to Daytona's Welcome, if you miss that ultimate, the cooldown is actually reduced by half. And then if he lands the Daytona's Welcome, you get that full stack of the big guy, big boy, big guy, big guy.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Who's the big guy? Is it Daytona or is it?
You're right. Who is Barrett's even?
Who is Barrett's?
Who is Barrett's?
Barrett's is a little guy, so he turns.
Okay, there you go. So probably so Daytona is the one that gets. Oh, they didn't even think twice.
Wolf.
They just pick it up. Okay.
Wolf. We're gonna see the Freya on Stream A.
Oh man, it's gonna be a gold lane Freya.
Man, that Angelo is open too. Imagine.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, Jushin got that catch up. Very strong duo in the mid lane. Guinevere for one shot likes to play that as well. Gonna look for a solid marksman here. It's the 1-1. Okay, if there's any marksman, that would be great versus the Freya. The 1-1 would be top of my list. It's mainly because of the Tiger pace. You can just get out of the zone of the threat zone of this Freya, aka kite the Freya constantly because of the Tiger pace. So I can fairly remember Hiko playing this hero so well. So hopefully this is no longer a bad day for Hiko. Maybe this is the time where he actually can position himself well, not get picked off by his opponents.
Yeah.
Let's see if that will work.
I'm trying to recall back when Hiko got his Savage over in M5. Was it the 1-1? I feel like it was. For some reason I'm thinking it was the 1-1. I could be wrong. It was the Beatrix, one of the marksmen that was frequently picked up back then. But yeah, this is one of the better marksmen that he can have, at least to go against Freya. And it'll be nice to see this Freya in action here in this game one. Again, it's a best of 3. It's an elimination match. Second match of today here on Stream A.
Yeah. I actually, it kind of made me think, was it actually the 1-1? But yeah, the Freya. The thing with Freya is that the main criticism is the word I'm looking for. The main criticism for Freya is that it is very strong in pub matches and ranked matches because people don't know how to play against it. It's mainly just kiting this Freya constantly because it's mainly hero dependent on hitting. It's also the reason why all out of favor, because it's easy to kind of quote-unquote dodge him. And that same can be said for the likes of Zilong as well as this Freya. But having the 1-1 allows you to even exploit that kind of weakness for the Freya. So I wonder if the Mongols actually prepared for this one. To be fair, there are big threats to this 1-1. For example, this Lancelot is actually the threat for the 1-1. So maybe that is their answer. So maybe that's how they can approach this.
So there was, the change with Freya was basically what her ultimate cooldown was reduced, right? And then I think she gets like damage reduction while diving down, or yeah, so I think it's damage reduction while diving down, and then like the dive down is actually sped up. So, and you know that window for Freya was always around her ultimate, and now that Rinks actually he even went Warcry Emblem, so then he's got a Vengeance. Like, you know, that's going to be a lot more opportunity to go ahead and start fights up with the Freya, at least in comparison to before, right? Before this patch went out yesterday. So we'll see how that plays out into team fights later on, because even then, back when Freya's ultimate was still that longer cooldown, and you didn't have that damage reduction or quicker dive down, you know, it was scary. I mean, you mostly saw it in like your rank matches. You know, you'd see the occasional Freya pop up, and then all of a sudden you'd be like, whoa, where's all that damage coming from when she pops the ultimate? So we'll see how that plays out. Both gold laners going to not be a part of this first turtle fight, though. A little poking back and forth. There's a jump from Mumu. Going to force Kid Bomba to respond here, though. He does flicker on out. The turtle's going to go for a reset, so a lot expended already on both sides. Ultimates across the board down, a couple battle spells as well. Zetsu will go ahead and focus on the turtle, while the rest of the team from Team Mongols tries to zone out Team Spirit. But right now it's going to come down to a retribution battle, and it's Zetsu that wins the turtle. Now Sawo will flicker on out to survive. So all for the objective, and it's the Mongols that get it.
And it looks like it's going to be another hectic kind of game. And the Mongols, although they have lost yesterday, kind of feels like they are on a good mood right now. Not only when it comes to how they look like when they play, it kind of feels like they are more safe now. You see that it's a very smooth turtle steal coming out from Zetsu, or at least a turtle secure, I mean, from that guy. And it seems like there are no extra moves that we're seeing from the Mongols compared to yesterday, where everyone was just trying to get plays, make plays happen, get, you know, successful pickoffs or outplays. But this time, it kind of feels like the Mongols in the first 3 minutes of the game has been smooth. So this is a good sign for them. Doesn't mean that they are winning already for Team Spirit. It's just turtle number one, and Team Spirit did not lose anything significant out of that. So yeah, we'll see how they will translate this kind of smooth gameplay into the mid game.
Yeah, either way, Team Spirit, you know, they don't have to force these fights just yet, too, because if they don't catch anyone, hold on, one shot. That's what I was going to say. If they don't catch anyone with one shot just like this, they do catch Rinks with the spatial migration Requiem combo. And that's the thing. If they have that in the options in this early game or around these objectives, that's great. If they don't, they're banking on, once again, Hiko to go ahead and scale up on this 1-1, provide a lot of that damage later on. But even so, like in the early game, if they wanted to fight into these turtles, they have the tools, whether it's a traction pulse from Sunset Lever, if Kid Bomba's actually able to go ahead and, you know, land those combos we're used to seeing with the Lapu Lapus, then the damage is there for them, but they also have to kind of approach the fights a little bit in a calculated way against the Mongols' lineup. So they're going to prep up for this next turtle coming up. One shot will go ahead and grab his orange buff, most likely after this, and then they'll get in position.
Second turtle of the game. Join here, it will be just the Freya, but the Mongols can just take it on a 4v4 team fight. They already have the Esmeralda anyways to threaten for the Lapu Lapu, so even this Hilda is not going to be comfortable.
Now fighting up for the second turtle of the game. They're going to get thrown around. One shot gets the turtle. Kid Bomba picking up a kill on Zetsu, and now split fights going across your Requiem being thrown out as Shenlin falls. Hiko part of the fight, looking for the airtime here if he can get it. Rinks fighting off of the Valkyrie form, but double kill for Hiko, picking up that second kill of the game, and now sitting at 4 kills above the Mongols here for Team Spirit.
Amazing timing coming out from Team Spirit. Well-coordinated attack as well. And they have found the opening with Sawo. It looked very dicey for them as they are losing a lot of HP. And the Esmeralda as well as the Jushin starts to become a problem for them. But what they did was actually spectacular. They went in for the Lancelot instead. They found the beeline towards the Lancelot. The Lancelot had to get out and couldn't get in position for the retribution. That's why One Shot was able to get it. Then eventually Hiko joins the fray. I guess it's mainly because of the speed up from the river. That's why we get this 1-1 joining the fight. especially after I just mentioned that maybe the 1-1 will not join the fray. But he actually followed the Freya in this scenario and actually was able to take him down. Now the 1-1 is 4.5k compared to just 3.5k. A very comfortable game now for Team Spirit.
Yeah. Kid Bomba going to jump in here with the bravest fighter. Gets the Land Shaker nearly down on Zetsu, but with the Thorn Rose, he's going to survive. But it's Mumu that is traded out up on the top side of that 3v2. It looks like One Shot still on the hunt, too. He's going to put pressure on the jungler over there on Zetsu. Meanwhile, over here towards that bottom side, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it. He does get the spatial migration with a RESTREAM. There's a jump of the AOG, and One Shot will avoid it. Getting out there just in time. Team Spirit not letting up at all on all fronts of the map here.
Yeah. The reaction from the Mongols starting to become slower and slower. We talked about how good their first 3 minutes were, but unfortunately they could not convert afterwards. Team Spirit are back in action in a way that they are more decisive. They're making the right decisions and they're making the right rotations as well. Sawo together with this 1-1, they don't have a legitimate, reliable stun between the two of those heroes, but they still managed to take out Riggs with the Vengeance. And now the retreat for Team Spirit. Oh, they will actually not retreat, Naisu.
Shenlin's not gonna, he pops to Revitalize. I'm not sure if he's gonna survive this. I know Hiko holding on to that. Crossbow of Tangs, he wants to go ahead and use it. There's the jump of the AOG. They get it out defensively. So a little bit of poking here. They're happy with getting that turret, the tier 1 down in the bottom lane, and Team Spirit not making a potential chance to make a mistake so far. Just following through. Landshaker is going to be able to go through, gets the stun off, and now Mumu can escape with the crossbow of Tank from Hiko. Able to pick up another one. Now sitting at 3-0-2. This game, at least for today here, Wolf, much better for Hiko.
Yep. Very, very good when it comes to his positioning, and this time, Team Spirit are actually working around this one. Another kill potentially into the bottom lane. Indeed, it will be. That's the 4th kill for Hiko. And up top, Kid Bomba nails Zetsu down. And that's Team Spirit collecting 2 kills from both ends of the map.
Man, all over the place. You know, Team Spirit not letting up anywhere. Such a difficult game here for the Mongols on Rinks, on Zetsu. Nearly everyone. I mean, all Makey, he's not going to go. Well, he might get his first death here. One Shot jumping on forward. Pops the Binket, though, and the Flicker to get back to the base. But meanwhile, the rest of the team's going to be the focus as the Team Spirit goes for it. They get another defensive AOG out from Shenlin. And as you guys know, and Garakontra is defensively jumping out with his Avatar, the Guardian Ultimate. Yeah. That is such a big resource that's gone for your team fight potential on any of these lineups here that have him.
The Mongols wants to use their battle spells together, but it's not working in their favor because Team Spirit are dividing them across the map. The Mongols, I think they're still in this mindset where it's still the laning stage because it's just like, what, 9 minutes?
Yeah.
So maybe they're just scattered, they're not grouping up, they're not actually making the plays. They are just reacting to what Team Spirit is doing, but they are far too late when it comes to reacting. And Team Spirit have built up so much of a lead. And right now, 4 items, in fact, for Hiko.
No boots needed.
Boots, of course, and that's the Haskell's, but that's a lot, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need boots on the 1-1, especially when you have this kind of advantage. Massive lead right now, 3,000 nearly up here. They're going to go ahead and push into the base here, trying to get these shields down. Even with this kind of lead, they're still going to have to take a little bit of their time to wait for that push to come through with these waves, plus that Lord up top. Trying to get these holy shields down. They'll get the one up top with that minion pushing in, and Team Spirit has been doing this, putting pressure on every single lane at one point, making the Mongols choose where to defend as the Lord gets ready to march in. Oh, Kid Bomba jumping in. Landshaker going to be used already, keeping a Mumu up front while that turret does go down. They get that one out, but now the mid lane's going to be focused. The shield's going to be popping here. They'll clear out this Lord, but they could potentially lose another base turret unless the Mongols decides to go ahead and fight. Jumping on through. Oh, again, Zetsu caught with a spatial migration. And it looks like Team Spirit's going to look for a victory already under the 11-minute mark off the first Lord. They're throwing everything at Team Spirit, but it's just not enough for the Mongols as Team Spirit will clean things up except for Makey, but they'll take game 1 in a decisive victory.
Decisive and one-sided. That's the victory that Team Spirit was able to get in game number 1. The first 3 minutes of the game looked good for the Mongols. They were able to get the retribution on their turtle. They were farming okay. They have a 500 gold lead, but they couldn't capitalize. It only took Team Spirit's good initiation from Kid Bombas, well as Sawo, to take out the Lancelot in turtle number 2. A double kill onto Hiko as he joined the fight in the second turtle. And from then on, they did not let go of the game. We can see that because of Hiko's positioning and the way that he is coming to the team fights, his laning prowess as well. And I think the hero advantage also plays into consideration. Because of all of those factors together, 6, 0, and 4 is a KDA for Hiko. And some might say that he might have come back this much. Of course, he has a lot of making out to do after what we saw from yesterday. But at least he's in the right direction. This is looking good for Team Spirit.
Yeah, much better game. Good to see the improvement because, part of that was his positioning from yesterday. I just feel like maybe he didn't have to deal with too much positioning when you're a 1-1 up against a Freya. Absolutely just dominated that lane and was really disciplined on even pulling the crossbow of Tang, right? But also just as a team, as Team Spirit played here as a team, literally, and really punished the Mongols, even in the earlier fights, able to go ahead and just find wins across the map. So one of those things that definitely the Mongols is going to want to adjust when they get to the draft. I just think across the board, they had some difficulties making it work, finding those right moments to fight, and a lot was shut down from Team Spirit. So hopefully they've got the game plan for game 2 once we get to that draft.
This is an elimination match, and the Team Spirit is just one win away from eliminating the Mongols. Let's find out if that will be the case for game number 2 as we come back for the Digital Games in the Future Abu Dhabi 20.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
future in Abu Dhabi. It's MLBB action for today, and we are actually at game number 2 of this elimination match between Team Spirit and the Mongols. Quick recap, it's a one-sided affair as Team Spirit won 1-0 in a dominant fashion against the Mongols. But here we are, game number 2. Nice. Do you think that Mongols still has got some way to revive themselves and maybe force a game number 3?
There's always an opportunity, Wolf. There's always a way, you know. I feel like we've seen that many times. We've seen teams, you know, even in consideration to the matchups, like let's say the underdogs facing elimination, we've always seen that potential to go ahead and surprise even ourselves and of course the audience out there. And the Mongols, I think if they want to do that, if they want to potentially go ahead and get to a game 3 against Team Spirit, and you know, we said all this stuff about Team Spirit yesterday, how strong and how much XP they had, especially internationally. And then, you know, like, I think people were probably surprised at the way that Team Spirit played yesterday. So they just seem to been able to fix those mistakes from yesterday. And hopefully the Mongols can do that just from game 1. Now, one of the biggest things, again, is, you know, maybe pick up a traditional marksman. Maybe the Freya was just an attempt. It unfortunately didn't work out at all. I didn't get to see anything with the Freya that I was hoping to see, man. You know, and we were waiting for it to be picked up yesterday. Unfortunately, nothing really happened with it. And so maybe that is one of the cases. But also I feel like, in a sense, you just got to be able to control the game a little bit better as a whole. Shenlin had a difficult time, you know, really trying to set things up in that roam position. This Grok being picked up first pick, though, blue side by Team Spirit, is a strong pick. Even though Grok technically had a change on the patch, he's still strong as ever. You know, the tech charge, that ult alone with the walls, like the ramparts, you can't really beat that, you know, and definitely something they're going to have to look out for. This would be interesting if they actually pick up a Diggy, though. It's been forever since we've seen Diggy come through.
Yeah, I doubt they will be the case, though, because there are still valid options right here. I think you want to get the Lancelot again for Mongols. Eventually, you would look for Alice or Uranus for the Mongols. There it is. So then the Lunox, obviously, it's one of the heroes that can be picked up in the mid lane. That can also be flexed into the gold lane. So pretty open draft here coming out from the Mongols. But for Team Spirit, they can just go back to what works, right? The Kimi is pretty strong. Kimi and the Grok, such a solid combo. You can set up so many kills because of the Rampart that can be coupled up with the damage output of this Kimi. There's so much combos that you can also use, like a tech charge into attraction pulse. There's just great synergy between the Grok as well as the Kimi, so I think that will be the case. Fredrin is the choice here, which is interesting because it really counts as a utility jungler, which is quote-unquote a tank, but it does not suffer that much against the Lunox because technically the HP of the Fredrin is not high enough for the Lunox to be that impactful.
Yeah, I like the fact that, you know, Team Spirit, they have the Fredrin and the Grok alone. Like, that's your whole front line and back line protection that you need. That's all you pretty much need at that point. But the synergy between the Grok, the Fredrin, plus the Kimi, we've seen this so many times, man, you know, and it allows you, like, even the Fredrin and Kimi alone allows you to catch people out. And if, let's say, the Divine Judgment gets through, the Mongols picks a target and gets someone, okay, it's not going to be the Kaja. Either way, you know, you have an answer to go ahead and catch people or peel for whoever you need to from Team Spirit, depending even on these next 2 picks. But already this is a solid first phase. You know, you've got great damage output, you got great sustainability, tankiness here, and maybe that's what the Mongols are planning. You know, they go and actually, interesting enough, they ban out the Beatrix. I wasn't expecting a Beatrix ban, but again, this is Hiko, right? Hiko, historically, he's had some good performances on Beatrix, the Wan, and the Granger, you know, the traditional marksmen are used to seeing. So I think they want to get a favorable matchup this time for Rinks. If you ask me, one of the things that they could improve on too from the last game and their other series yesterday, it's allowing Rinks to get to his actually online status as a marksman, as a gold laner. You know, like, he hasn't had too many opportunities where he was able to do that. Even yesterday, I believe if I recall correctly, he played, like, you know, the Harith, for example, and he was just kind of shut down in lane. So the Claude might be able to allow him to do that, but the team has to kind of allow Rinks to even get there, you know, and that's just more so of protecting that early game rotation, that early game pressure that Team Spirit has. So their last ban's going to be the Arlot here, taking that away from Kid Bomba.
I think it's good identification coming out from the Mongols because Fredrin Arlot still is one of the strongest combos out there, one of the most viable combos as well. Mongols, I'm actually curious about this Claude because usually, again, the Grok as well as the Fredrin, they have the knockups that can actually make it difficult for a Claude to utilize the Blazing Duet. And especially because there are two sources of knockups, which will cancel the Blazing Duet. You cannot purify everything. So I'm really curious. I think the Claude might be a mistake here for Mongols, but we'll see. We'll see how they will complement it. They're going to be looking for the Roamer now. It should be a way to tank the Kimi as well as the Grok. Getatkacha is always one of the choices here for the Mongols. They need a beefy front line. At the same time, they kind of might look for the Tro because they want... There you go.
on call. Yeah, on cue.
Yeah. All right, so I think we're looking for a hard carry here for Team Spirit. The one that fits the bill. And let's see if they actually do pick up the Edith now. All right. The Mongols going to be looking for probably an assassin. I don't know how Hayabusa actually works. Because they need to really pressure this 1-1. Otherwise, they can just look for maybe an Akai actually could work for the Mongols.
I think Akai, what is left open too? Since Baksha was banned out, it is tough because even with this, again, I think they're going to have a little bit of a difficult time because, you know, even when it comes to the kick, for example, the target acquisition for the kick here, like who are you going to kick? You know, for the most part, you're going to try to get the Kimi, you know, because even if you kick Kid Bomba, he's got Primal Wrath still. You know, you're not going to be really kicking the Grok or the Fredrin, and Hiko is going to have the space to work with. Plus, it's just a 1-1, so the Thorn Needle's there. This is a glue, though, so this helps put pressure on Hiko in a way. Again, positioning, forcing him to have that positioning on par, or even potentially Sunset Lover. So, I don't know. How do we feel about this composition from the Mongols? Do you think this will be enough to get them to a Game 3 against Team Spirit?
Oof. Gotta be honest, Naisu. I'll be live. I'd say yes because I feel like this. The curveball that they did was to put the Uranus, the first pick Uranus, as their jungler after they picked up the glue. Yes, they do make a lot of sense versus this 1-1. But the thing is, the 1-1 is not the only problem here. I think this Claude will still struggle. They did not put enough heroes to protect this Claude. I would feel like Fredrin as well as the Grok. Maybe individually will not be effective against the Claude, right? Just having the Fredrin is not enough against the Claude. But two of them together, the knockups will be a problem. I mean, if you even factor in the potential knockup coming out from Kid Bomba, the suplex, a way of Flicker suplex against the Claude that can also work. And Kid Bomba would love to receive the damage from Blazing Duet as Shenlin takes so much damage from Sunset Lover. Yeah, there's so much extra shields and tank ability. The stacks, the passive from this Edith will fill up very easily because of the Claude.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the power of this combo with the Kimi and the Grok. And the Mongols is just going to have to kind of, you know, wait for their own opportunity. And you know, that opportunity with this kind of lineup is so built around that level 4, right? You need the kick. Oh, wow, Rinks, first blood? Going to Hiko. I was going to say, even for Rinks, he's going to need time, but whoa. Wait, Kenlin just flickered.
Yeah.
What happened here?
What is happening?
I'm actually not sure what happened, Wolf.
I'm still in shock as how Hiko was able to get the kill on the Claude, but if you recall, this Inspire 1-1 is always a threat against marksmen. And if you draft in a way that you get Inspire on your 1-1, it means that you drafted well and you drafted good. I feel like for the Mongols, they have the tank ability to soak the damage against the 1-1, but you don't really pressure this 1-1. The Claude will not be enough.
Oof.
Lunox is never enough against the 1-1.
Yeah.
And you don't have enough stuns to force the Flowers and Needles for 1-1. CC immune, the purify, the semi-purify that he had, that this 1-1 has. There's no one to force it. Then that means that you will never be able to kick the 1-1.
Yeah, very difficult to get to them. And that's what I was saying in the draft here. And they'll fight for this turtle, first one of the game. We'll see if they're actually able to go ahead and contest this. The Mongols holding true. Sawo is actually going to be melted down. One shot does get the turtle secured. So still, Sawo actually surviving, utilizing that flicker to stay alive, and they'll just disengage, happy to get the objective and maintain this nearly 1,000 gold lead that they have. Once again, like I said, for Shenlin, he needs to be level 4 to be able to be that threat. You know, yes, you have the Jikundo, you can go ahead and, you know, knock someone in the air, a couple members, but for the most part, like I was saying, this lineup for the Mongols is so built around level 4. But even if you look at Team Spirit's level 4, their threat level is nearly the same, right? But the early game potential is there. You just don't expect there to be an early first blood in the gold lane the way that it was. So now mid lane going to be the focus. One shot jumping in. The flicker is going to be burned by Makey just to make sure that he didn't get energy eruptioned and caught into that mid lane fight.
Kiko, 3-minute corrosion scythe. Oh my goodness, is going to be deadly against the Mongols. They gotta win an objective real soon, and I think that in order for them to win that, Mumu and this glue, the ultimate, is gonna be so instrumental to the upcoming team fights, because he has to be the one to pick who the valid target is, as they force Shenlin out of there.
Yeah, he held on to the flicker, at least for that. They have plenty of time still to kind of get in position for this next turtle. Right now it's Team Spirit knowing that they're going to go ahead and continue to build up on that lead for Hiko. Again, that early kill kind of helped him up in that lane. You know, he can trade out all he wants with Rinks for now, but with Turtle coming up, I wonder if they're going to actually rotate and join this fight, or if it's just going to be the 4v4. You can see through Mumu up there on the top side dealing with Kid Bomba. But again, Kid Bomba on this Edith is tanky enough, and that's kind of the problem for the Mongols. Like, this is such a tanky front line, and you can see the rotation here for Hiko to make his way for this. Meanwhile, Rinks is going to stay bottom side in that gold lane for now. So numbers advantage right now for Team Spirit. They'll take the turtle to half health. They're going to trade it for that gold down bot. Not sure if he's going to be able to get the turret, though. But that's the gold that Rinks needed. Picks up a DHS off of it. They trade it for the turtle. Team Spirit still maintaining. Now in the mid lane, they're going to force a fight. Anyway, Shenlin gone. Taking the Appraiser's Wrath and now putting that pressure towards the purple buff of the Mongols. And I don't know if that was the move, if that's the play. Rampart thrown up to cut off Makey from this. Zetsu will just go ahead and glide on through that wall. He's going to be fine. Gets his buff. I believe he secured that. And he did, so he's going to be fine. But I'm not sure, man. I don't know where Wolf they're going to find a fight back into this, even though it's early game. What are the Mongols? Is it just going to be Shenlin's kick?
Yeah, unfortunately. That's the only saving grace here for the Mongols. Yeah.
Oh,
again, Mumu's grab. That could be important.
That's the kick. Look at Sawo. He's just tanking it up. Brilliant's already going to be used too. Sawo dropping down the rampart, but Mumu joining the fight, bringing them back with the split. But Hiko now part of the fight too, looking to get the airtime that he needs right under the turret if he's able to pop it off. And Appraiser's Wrath to follow. There's the crossbow of Tang, and now Zetsu running as well, trying to get away. Mumu the only one to fall, but a lot of flickers used, man. Multiple flickers from the Mongols. Now Hiko and the rest of the team will work on this mid lane. Rinks could be in trouble. Oh, the blazing duet. Unfortunately, getting stopped here, putting pressure on that turret, but they won't be able to get it down. So the Mongols hold on to the mid turret.
While that's happening, Kid Bomba just casually chilling up top. And one shot already forcing so many rotations and gets a lot of steals. In fact, he's leading by 1,000 gold over this Uranus. And then this one is 4.7k compared to 3.9k of his gold lane counterpart. We're talking about how difficult it will be for the Claude to pop the Blazing Duet, and you saw how one shot managed to cancel the Blazing Duet.
Yeah, that's a huge amount of damage just kind of gone. And any of the team fights that does happen, Makey here on this side, gonna go ahead and spawn out Sawa. I'm not sure if they're trying to make a play. There's the kick, way the dragon. Shenlin going for one shot, but the rest of the team, there's Sawa with a big charge coming through, and it's Zetsu that falls, and now Hiko able to get a couple shots off Mumu, but won't continue forward. This Turtles for the taking, third one of the game. Team Spirit will secure this and get ready to start knocking down some more turrets. Tier 1 of the mid still standing. They should get this shortly, but man, this is scaling just completely for Team Spirit.
But they're not stopping. They're continuously making the plays. Team Spirit are forcing the issue against Mongols, not letting them breathe. Zetsu is just level 8. There could be a retro battle, which Fredrin will definitely win unless there is a good kick, but unfortunately wasn't the case.
Oh, Shenlin, is he gonna? He can. Okay, he does escape. He had to pop his flicker though. Attraction pulse. Oh, thrown out. Yeah. I thought that'd catch him, but again, a whole lot used. You know, he did escape, but you don't have that flicker now. And like I said, a majority of this is just gonna go off that potential.
Yep. Primal Wrath for a flicker. That's gonna be enough as apparently Hellcurt pops the ultimate. We are back again. They're not stopping. 8 minutes in, and they have been playing on the side, Mongol side of the jungle. I mean, Mongols have not been maximizing the farm that they have in their first 8 minutes. Everything's getting taken away from them, and Team Spirit are just taking over this game. This is a brutal massacre coming out from Team Spirit.
Yeah. Massive lead already at this point in the game. You know, 9-minute mark already. Waiting for that Lord to come up in about 30 seconds. And I don't know, I'm kind of worried here for the Mongols. I don't know if they're in even a close fighting position at all to contest this at all, Wolf. I mean, they're lacking the firepower that they need, and a lot of the team fights that do break out, it's, you know, Rinks doesn't have that window that he needs, that he's looking for.
Rinks is forced to pop the ultimate just to get out.
Oof.
And now everybody's just suffering from Team Spirit's offense right now. They're literally not stopping. This orange buff on the side of Team Spirit, the bottom lane, you can see that that has been on for, I don't know, maybe 3, 5, 4, or 5 minutes now. Team Spirit, they're not taking their own buffs, they're taking over Mongols' buffs.
They'll take everything they need. Team Spirit's been doing that all series long, and the Mongols just doesn't seem to have an answer for it. Hiko getting a little more range now. Malefic Gun picked up. Very similar performance this time around for Hiko on the back-to-back 1-1 games, and just, you know, it's great. Team Spirit, they learned from their game yesterday. They still give Hiko that opportunity to go ahead and make things happen. There's a kick, though. Kid Bomba and kicked towards the turret, but it doesn't matter because there's no follow-through from the Mongols. Holy Shield is going to be the next target here from Team Spirit. Knock up into the air for Zetsu. He pops the Consecration, but the damage is too much as Sunset Lover will take him out of the picture. And now first Shield's going to go down here on that bottom side as the Lord makes its way towards the lane. Shields in the mid pop as well. The tier 2 still stands on the top side, but Team Spirit might just go for an end angle here if they can find it with 2 down. Makey back up. Base turret going to be worked on. The Mongols trying to do what they can. Rinks jumping in towards Sunset Lover, already using that Blazing Duet. They're not going to have that for this fight. Does Team Spirit end it here? Makey gone in an instant, just taken out. Appraiser's Wrath going to be dropped down. The base has already taken some damage. Mumu trying to do his best to hold it together, and they're going to force the fight under this all. Lord finally worked on. Zetsu taking his own, but the minion waves will go ahead and spawn up. Now Team Spirit can just take down the mid turret as the Mongols with 3 will go ahead and defend the best they can here. Sao not part of the picture, but they're going to force this one once again. Hiko trying to find the airtime that he needs if he can get it. Once that ultimate's up, they could change the tide of this fight. Picks up a rose gold. Shenlin trying to keep them together. Picks up, but he falls, and now Hiko once again getting another. The Blazing Duet helps, but they stayed forever into this base. They might be able to find a window, but a crossbow of Tang keeps Hiko alive. But the Mongols will defend.
Mumu would have taken down the 1-1, but Zetsu just went just a pixel too near this 1-1 that allowed the 1-1 to pop the ultimate, and he actually escaped Mumu. A little bit of a misplay there coming out from Zetsu. And Mumu's gonna be scratching his head over that. Fortunately for the Mongols, they survived. But unfortunately, at 12 minutes in, they will have to look at an 11,000 gold lead of Team Spirit without their two turrets, the mid lane and the bottom lane. And this is a 10k gold worth for Hiko. Almost item locked. Technically speaking, he's actually item locked because he does not have any boots right now. So that's like 5 items that he can smash in front of the Mongols.
I'm not sure if they're going to force this turret down. They know the Lord's coming up. They know that if the Mongols approaches this, then they're just going to go ahead and take that team fight to them. With that kind of power advantage when it comes to the items, they can do it if they want to. I just don't know if the Mongols are willing to. Yeah, they don't even get a chance. It's blitz. Look at the bottom side, though. The gold lane, Rinks is all by himself, and Hiko
Oh my god.
just travels on down, picks up an easy kill against Rinks. Not sure what the play was there, if he just wanted to get some extra gold, clear things out, but man, with the speed that Team Spirit's able to move around the map, you don't want to be caught by yourself. So now, without their gold laner, he has quite a bit of time to come back up here. They're down a massive part of this lineup. Hiko's going to go ahead and take a couple shots here at Mumu. The waves are going to be pushing in into the mid with the Lord. This is a huge end angle, and Team Spirit sees the win in sight. They'll go ahead, take it a little bit further against the Mongols, but they'll sweep the series 2-0.
A decisive win once again coming out from Team Spirit. But this time I think there were some problems with the draft choices of the Mongols. Unfortunately, that will be the end of the line. No way anymore for the Mongols to defend themselves out of that draft. It was a 2-0 for Team Spirit as they eliminate the Mongols. It was off of the back of their draft, but at the same time, they played so well. Hiko getting the first blood, redeeming himself from yesterday's demise. And of course, the one-shot Fredrin, ever so oppressive in this game. Sunset Lover was on point with Akimi as well, winning the lane and of course being also aggressive. But one-shot just playing this game and making the members of Mongols like puppets on a string. The moment that he felt that he can play on the opposite end of the jungle, he did not stop. He did not leave the domicile of the Mongols, even skipping his own orange buff to get the purple and orange buff of the other side. That's how good he was with the Fredrin and how he knew, identified that he can actually easily take over the game with that. Man of the hour though is Hiko, 7-0-3 with this 1-1 back-to-back games, dominant fashion, winning in the lane and converting in the team fights, escaping death so many times with a 7-0-3 KDA record.
Back to back, you know, and talk about a stark difference from yesterday, you know, for Hiko specifically. You know, the series that he had yesterday, just very tough to see, was basically targeted down, bullied down in that matchup against our Kyohoshi. And here he had a redeeming series. I mean, Team Spirit as a whole did. But Hiko was definitely one of those links that needed to be fixed, and they seem to have adjusted really quickly. It's unfortunate, you know, that we have to say goodbye to the Mongols out of the games of the future. So they are, you know, joining E7 and being sent out of moving forward. But yeah, so far, you know, decisive sweeps across the board. I'm not sure if the other two matches we have today are going to be the same case, you know, and it looks like, what do we have from I think our boys over on Stream B are still going maybe for game one. They did have did have a sweep earlier on today, the Homeboys and Influence Rage matchup, but will be interesting to see. I'm actually interested to see what happens with Stream B matches too, especially Mythic Seal and Zeta Division. We'll see what that happens there. But again, we have two more matches for you guys here on Stream A, so keep an eye out for that.
Yeah. Up next will be Aurora Gaming versus Verso Time. That's gonna be an upper bracket match, no elimination, but I'm sure it will be full of action. That will be after this break. Stick with us guys, as we will be back for Digital Games of
Again here for Games of the Future 2025 live in Abu Dhabi. It's gonna be Rockhart and Renmar on the mic here for you guys. It is series number 3 here in Stream B. It's ONIC Indonesia versus Tianfeng Yaoguai, and now we're gonna be in for a bit of a. This is exactly what I'm expecting a high-level matchup or high-level match is gonna be, because right now, honestly, ONIC Indonesia feels like they are still top dogs, at least for this group.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they showed off really well up against their opponents yesterday in Homeboys. Even though they were losing the early to the mid game, they still held on and found the turnaround. And then game number 2 just straight up dominated. Skylar Sands, Kiboy, Ludpi, and Kyrie together still playing the way that we're used to seeing them play in MPL Indonesia, and definitely one of the top dogs of this tournament. They're really good heading into GOTF.
Yeah, absolutely. And here for ONIC Indonesia, you always want to look at the mid trio, like we mentioned in day number 1, right? This mid trio for ONIC Indonesia are basically one of the best, if not the best, right, in the world, right, so far. I mean, it's hard to say it's in the world, but at least in this tournament, it feels like they're such a scary force to be reckoned with. Controlled aggression, high-level movements, and even when you think you have them or you caught them off guard, they actually find a way to get an advantage in most skirmishes. So obviously, again, not to mention the flanking, the laners, right? So very, very well put together team here for ONIC.
Yep, and it's going to be a slight reunion for the Indonesian players across both teams. Of course, Super Ken, formerly of BTR, Vel, formerly of EVOS, will be reuniting with players that they have gotten used to playing against in Indonesia. But for Long ZNE1, it should add to their repertoire of experience of going against some of the best teams in the world. They were in the same group together for the MSC 2025, so we haven't seen this exact matchup just yet. I'm trying to remember if maybe we got a chance to see it in M6, but I don't think we did. So for DFYG, it's going to be interesting to see how well they're going to fare. We really have to start everything through the center of the map, because if you want to beat ONIC, you have to win the mid. You have to beat Kiboy, Sans, and Kyrie in their game, which is definitely easier said than done, especially since even though we are very far away from the days where it was just constant ONIC domination, they have added an even more important layer of the game, which is even if you don't win the early, even if you're not dominating, that you can still win coming from the back, coming from behind, and they can.
Yeah, especially after those big fights after a Lord take, ONIC is just so good in taking those. And one of the reasons why they are definitely one of the scariest teams. Again, this is an upper bracket final, so no one's going home in this specific matchup. Loser will be facing off against the Homeboys in this specific group.
Yeah. So right now, if you're Homeboys, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be straight up hoping, hey, DFYG, if you could make a miracle, it would be greatly appreciated. Oh wait, no, they would want to face off against Tianfeng Yaoguai, not against ONIC. So yeah, no, it's the other way around. They're looking at ONIC. It's like, hey, ONIC, don't mess us up, guys. Come on,
Exactly.
take the win. We don't need to see you guys in the. We don't need to see you guys in the play-ins. We're fine. But even if DFYG ends up becoming the team that goes up against Homeboys, I doubt that'll still be an easy time whatsoever. It'll still be challenging for whoever wins this. Homeboys will have a tough task of trying to beat them in the play-ins.
That's true. It's gonna be a really tough task, no matter what happens, right? As long as you have ONIC Indonesia in your group, you can't really breathe. Like most of the time, even if you're not in the fight, you're waiting for them to finish their fight. You want like whatever outcome. Like either outcome is actually bad for you, unless you can actually face them and beat them. So that's the beauty of this format. It's just no other way to, as long as that opponent is on your bracket.
Yeah. So for DFYG, one of the reasons why they won yesterday is we saw some really great heroics actually from Lung, their gold laner, something that we set up heading into their series yesterday against Influence Rage. There we go. And then since we got to see Long pop off, even Super Ken had the highlight wherein he was able to cap off a little sequence that was kept alive by Lung's Moskov. That's something that ONIC will have to take into consideration. The good thing is, it's Skylar who's their gold laner, who has shown already that it's really no longer just about the marksman, about this guy. It's not just about the carry. He can carry as a fighter gold lane. Is he going to get a lot of kills? Maybe not. But is he going to get a lot of the setups and deal the right amount of damage that he needs to? Great man marking when it comes to the team fights? He can definitely do that. So Skylar, as we've said yesterday, has really become a blessing for ONIC this season.
Oh, you bet. CW right behind is an absolute presence as well, being the assistant coach for ONIC Indonesia, and definitely with all those smiles, their aura is just really, really light. You know, it feels like they have a battle plan. They just need to execute, and they seem like a team that can really do it. So, yeah, it's all about whether or not you're going to be able to get, or you're going to be able to one up on the Indonesian draft, though. I guess it's for the DFYG. And for DFYG, again, their star player Long definitely is the guy to look out for. You want to be able to mark him as early as possible in the draft right away, and maybe in the early games, because once he gets unleashed, he really does some really crazy stuff, especially like on the picks like the Moskov that we saw yesterday, right? Really, really crazy stuff.
Yeah, so if you are the FYG and you want to make sure that your transition to being able to start hoping that Lung can carry the game, to make sure that your early game to mid game is good, I don't think they can afford to give heroes such as the Cho, Gatakacha, and Kalea. The difficult thing is you're not gonna commit your entire first phase bans and taking away heroes from Kiboy. That's just gonna be counterintuitive. You're gonna leave so many options open for the other members of ONIC. But if they can choose, if they can trade, they have to make sure that out of anything, I think I don't want to see the Cho and the Kalea end up with Kiboy. But the difficult thing is, how are you going to decide to who takes the Grok and the Gatakacha trade? If I'm DFYG, I would want to see them pick Grok as their priority if it's not going to get taken away by ONIC. But if in the first phase, ONIC are starting to take away roamers, they have to take the roamer that's available as soon as they can.
Yeah, and for roamers, I think I said this earlier, we barely scratched the surface in terms of how the meta is actually gonna progress. So as much as I want to see like the usuals for Kiboy, I'm not gonna say it's impossible that we'll find the recently buffed roamers like the support or assist the supportive roamers to make an appearance here, especially since there is a good chance that DFYG might lean more towards banning out these roam picks again, the Cho, the Grok, and such.
Yeah. So, now that we're in the draft, there's also another pick that DFYG needs to be careful of, and that's, well, I'll add two more. The Yuzong and the Alice as well. So, ONIC have taken away the Hilda, because when it comes to the recent tournaments in China, as we mentioned also, Grok, Hilda, Cho, those heroes are actually prioritized in the roam, so the ones that can really bully. So as expected, as we called earlier, DFYG taking away the Kalea, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and take out maybe the Grok. Oh no, so ONIC actually wants to set the tempo there, and they ban out the Grok. I think in the end, DFYG will end up with a Gatakacha maybe, considering that the priority for ONIC will be different. I want to see them get a little bit more damage early on, but then they also still have to watch out for the EXP laner pick later.
Yeah, it just feels like they're throwing down the gauntlet here, though. The roam bans are very telling that they're trying to short that out. They know that attacking straight up into that gold lane doesn't feel productive. They know that they don't need to. They don't need to do that straight up. Zushin ban, again, very highly apparently damage oriented now, so that's a big difference. So gonna be removed by ONIC. And as for this one, it feels like you should just ban out Choi at this point.
Let's see if they will, though. Even if they ban out this one, maybe they'll ban out either the Eve or Kimmy, maybe. Wouldn't be surprised if they take out a mid laner or maybe a jungle pick. Lancelot, YSS still open here. And with the Grok gone, would be good. I thought that they'd keep the Yu Zhong open because they could pick it up in the first 2 picks on the red. But now ONIC can dictate how this draft is going to go now with their first pick. YSS, Lance, both still open.
Yeah, very powerful picks. Even the Eve is open here for the taking. So lots of options coming in here for ONIC. I love to see this. But at the same time, if you're DFYG, you're already trying to think ahead. Or can you even think ahead? Right now, it is going to be a Lancelot pick. Very, it's a no-brainer. It's so easy to just go ahead and pick that up.
Yeah.
And there's a low chance you're gonna, you're gonna regret it.
Awkward spot here, but yeah, Lapu Lapu just lock that in right away. And then they will take away the Eve. But then the Gata Kacha might actually end up going to Kiboy, and then the mid lane pick can come in later. But the Kimmy's open, Valentina's also open. So they might want to go into the second phase already with their gold laner. If they want to avoid giving the Harith towards the FYG to combo with the Eve. And Long has shown off that he can bully in lane playing the Harith, so that might be in the list of priorities for ONIC to remove. Esmeralda is also open, by the way, and I wouldn't be surprised if ONIC are considering picking it up here in this first phase.
Yeah, that's right. This first phase is pretty much a really strong one for ONIC either way. They can kind of just think about maybe banning the gold laners later. Ooh, it's Claude.
Okay.
Interesting choice here for Skylar.
Yeah. So they match the range with the Farsa, and then they go instantly for the dive that they can get with the Claude. As we've seen, we got to see a Claude performance already in this stream, and it was just a easy access. Oh, alright, could have been misremembering that with another tournament I covered recently. But yeah, it just makes a lot of sense. Claude into Eve, boom, right? You get the math. It's pretty obvious there. So I think high loss would be great for DFYG. Or maybe, if they want to, they can go Ruby, but then they might run out of their main carry later. But I want something with an instant stun that can lock the Claude down. So later on, they can pick that, but they'll have to go into the second phase already, locking in their jungler. They get the Hayabusa.
Yeah, I don't blame them. So I'm expecting a lot of gold lane bans here for ONIC later. For sure, you want to keep that Moskov and Harif in mind. Just make it easier for the Claude to win out the lane, or not even win, right? Just to make sure that the Claude will survive that lane, and you should be golden. Now the bans here is going to be on XP for sure. Might want to also get rid of the CC here while you're at it. Gotcha! Getting removed here by ONIC. Very, very proactive.
Well, even if Dianfang Yagua ends up with a high loss, and that's going to be a really easy choke pick up there for Kiboy. So the awkward spot right now is for DFYG. High loss synergistically makes a lot of sense with your composition as a whole. But if you just want to block an annoying roamer, you pick up the Cho. Or you preempt that, you pick up your roamer for last, then you'll pick up a Khalid, while ONIC will end up either making the choice between the high loss and the Cho. If it's the Cho, then there's a Khalid for the side of the FYG. Then at least you have roamers that both match each other's aggressiveness. However, there is the risk that once you're both level 4, that the Khalid just constantly keeps getting kicked towards the side of ONIC.
Interesting. It is the XP ban, but it's not the CC. Huh. Alright, so are we expecting another roam ban maybe? There you go, the high loss.
Yeah.
Very well executed here.
So it's a choice. It's either Cho, Khalid, unless there's a name that I'm missing out. I think a lot of the top roamers that we're used to seeing, Gato, Cho, High Loss, Kalea got banned earlier. So now we'll see if the FYG will end up going for a fighter gold or a marksman gold. I think Moskov is what's going to close out their draft later. I still think ONIC should lock in the Khalid here. Or if they want to be really surprising, they pick up a Roam Akai. We've seen that once or twice from them, if I'm not mistaken. And that does pop up, but I prefer the Kali just a little bit more.
Agree. I think the Kali just matches Kiboy's movements as well. Akai is great for dealing with Lapu Lapu, also good for the Cho. So I would love to see that. I don't know if it's in Kiboy's arsenal right now, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Again, we mentioned this yesterday. Akai really heavily underutilized here. And Lutfi feels like he's going to be happy with the Trizla. I guess this is pretty good. I won't blame it. Alice is okay too.
Oh!
Madame is the pick. There you go. That's better.
Okay. So they offered over the Khalid and they thought about it, but there's good layering right now. I think the Harith would have been better if it was the Khalid on the other side. If they go for the Khalid here, it might be tough to make it work. You have a lot of dashes, sure. But I just like them to be safe and pick up the Moscow. But hey, Long Man, he really felt it when he was playing the Harith yesterday. He's confident.
Yeah.
He wants to continue that. A lot of mobility. This should be an interesting one. I like the switch up though. I really thought they'd go for the Khalid. They instead go for the Badang, wherein, yeah, you lose a little bit of the being able to match the speed of the Cho in terms of the pressure you apply on the map. But then now you make it difficult for the team fighting. You will have to devote a mobility spell if you're DFYG, because most of the time Keyboy will be landing the fist break into the fist crack and then the penalty zone as well. ONIC rounded out their draft well, but there is still a way for DFYG to win this. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult to pull off.
That's true. Might be a bit more convoluted. Well, at least their Harith doesn't have to deal with an Esmeralda, right? So there's that. But then again, you have a very aggressive lineup here in ONIC Indonesia, which again, not surprised at all. We are going into game 1 of ONIC Indonesia versus Janfeng Yao Guai. We're gonna see pretty good stuff for sure, especially after they hit level 4.
If Zed is able to start this off well with E1, it should feel really good to be able to have a great show game up against Kiboy and Sans. I like that eventually ONIC decided to match the range for range. We did see Farsa and Eva's matchup earlier today, and I mean, the good thing is it's just great coverage for both.
Yeah, great coverage right now. Kyrie being given a hard time here by the rest of DFYG, but no. Kiboy is here to make sure that doesn't go too badly in their favor. So it's going to be DFYG with some pretty decent harass going into the mid trio that we talked about up so much. Look at that.
Yeah.
Just so much aggression. You don't know when they're just going to pop off suddenly.
Yeah. Here comes Zed, though. Great knockback from Kiboy. Zed committed his flicker earlier in that little exchange as they were trying to put the pressure onto Kyrie, so that might come back to haunt him. Hopefully he doesn't dive a little bit too deep, and if he is going to be overcommitting, then DFYG needs to make sure that they cover him up with kills, because that flicker is going to be missed for the next 70 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. At the very least, he won't be going too aggressive. So at least there's that, right? You can just go Shenpo, go Jeet Kune Do as much as you can, but just don't make a move that needs a flicker. So you should be fine. And again, containing this mid trio of ONIC Indonesia is already step one. Of course, that's Kyrie on the Lancelot. Really, really scary. I wonder like when they're gonna start popping off. Actually, maybe just waiting for Kiboy to make to hit level 4. But yeah, they're gonna have to fight around this drill now.
Both EXP laners level 4 as well. Watch out for the penalty zone of Lutfi.
Yeah, 100%. Lutfi could set it up. There goes the bravest fighter used up, and the target is not really anyone in front. It's Yon on the Eve, and that's gonna be first blood going over to ONIC, trading it up for the turtle. And sometimes it does feel like that gonna be worth it, but no, you got the major objective. You're also gonna lose out on your jungle because of that. Don't forget, we are on the clouds though. It's gonna be quite easy to get back into the fight, but then it's all about the gold here for ONIC. Keeping it steady and keeping it even will usually give an advantage over to Claude.
Yeah, really good combo brought up there. Oh, the entry!
Oh, that is not the entry that I was expecting. And Zed uses the flicker again. I don't know. Every time it's on cooldown, Zed just wants to go for it, man. Seems to be the play here for DFYG, but they're not really getting any results.
You know, a little bit too gung-ho on the use of the flicker, but maybe eventually he's going to slow things down and it will eventually get rewarded into an even bigger win. ONIC still has the kill lead. Gold still very close, and now you see double laning for Skylar, leaving the gold lane more to get a bit more farm in the center of the map. DFYG's been very river and jungle focused, though, that at some point they're going to really have to let go of the priority in the middle, try to get a win elsewhere into one of the side lanes, because if they're just going to be hard pressed onto just trying to stop the mid trio, they're going to lose out on some big wins that they could be getting in the sides.
Actually, I noticed that the camera just hasn't really gone up or down at all. Like, the camera's just literally on mid. So, I get what you mean, right? Like, it feels like all the pressure is right there, and ONIC is happy to play with that.
We've just been coasting in the river for the past 4 minutes, mainly.
Yeah. It's funny, but that's where the action is. Like, what are we gonna do, right?
Yeah. ONIC even also not forcing any issue on the sides because they know where DFYG wants to play. Yuan already forced back by Lutpi.
Ooh, that's a decent one. Vale going over straight with the bravest fighter. Will be able to take out Kiboy as well as Lutpi. Has a flicker as well, forcing a flicker out of sounds, but here comes Kyrie with that kill. But all said and done, it's actually DFYG with the advantage. They will be able to get this hurdle uncontested.
Retribution used already by Kyrie, and it looks like he's gonna lose his purple buff. Invade right away by DFYG, and they are slowly getting a little bit more advantage in the game so far. No big clear wins just yet, though. No towers fallen. DFYG are taking it to ONIC. Great kick. Ooh.
Yeah. Look at that. I was about to say, like, you know what? DFYG is doing it without any flashy play. They're doing it very slowly, and then all of a sudden, of course, Zed's gonna use the flicker in the way of the dragon. Of course, right? So, right there and then, it is, stuff like that is gonna buy time. It's gonna buy more tempo for DFYG. The goal lead is actually not going up as much as I thought it should. It just means that ONIC is keeping it in their favor as well. But Kyrie getting chased out by 2 members. DFYG might be bad. There's a big airstrike on top side as well, looking to make something happen. But Long very happy to play around it. Of course, inside that Zaman Force, but even the Zaman Force can't actually save him that long. No pun intended. To be Yon and Zed very close by, and they're going to be forcing ONIC back as well.
DFYG are going to be remiss that they lost Long there. That eventually ended up as a big win for ONIC, getting the first kill onto the opposing gold laner. Good thing Sans was able to fly on out of the real-world manipulation, but now DFYG, since they saw how much was committed by ONIC up top, they will now go for the turret in that lane instead to trade it out. That's the right call. And 2 of the turrets broken in the map now have been taken down by DFYG.
Man, DFYG are scarier than I thought they would be so early on in this game. Then again, it is to be expected, right? You got an Eve, you got the Lapu Lapu, one of the strongest early to mid heroes. I mean, even late. So, one of the strongest heroes. Honestly, the Grace, the Land of Dawn. And at this point, they're just leveraging their early game beefiness, even the threat of the Way of the Dragon, to get more advantages in the early game.
Zed gets the vision. So now Yuan and Long will hover around the mid. The position looks good for both. No clear advantage towards side lane minion waves, but I think ONIC, if they end up getting a big win in this turtle, will look towards mid or the bot already. Vel goes in.
Yeah, as usual, on cue, Vel uses Brave Sire, starts up the fight, but the big penalty zone coming in from Lutpi actually will be able to disrupt it so much. Yon will go down, and it is just going to be blood after blood, trade after trade, kick happening here, but the body of Zed going to keep Lutpi alive just for a few moments more before he will eventually fall to the blades of the Shadow Kill. Actually, Super Ken, not really quite done yet, but he does see Kyrie and decides to just back off. At least for now. That could have been way worse than it was, or it looked, but it's like ONIC is going to have to fight off so much more aggression this time around. Jianfeng Yao Guai boosting that goal lead to 3.2k.
Yeah, Super Ken was able to win the turtle in the end. DFYG was able to even out the aggression that ONIC showed. Again, penalty zone coming in big time. DFYG were able to handle it very well. Long and Yi1 might have gone down a little bit too quick in that fight, though. Still, in the end, it was recovered by Super Ken. Very interesting game. Not going the way that I expected it to, but I am pleasantly surprised with what I have been seeing. Most importantly, so from DFYG. They are taking ONIC to the brink here. Still a very close game and definitely not 100%. It's Dianfeng Yao Guais to lose. They still have a little bit more progress to make, but those 2 turret advantages, that's the little lead along with a little bit of gold that they have ahead of ONIC that they're really holding on to.
That's true. Really holding on to that. And I actually completely agree. This was not the way that I thought it would run. No, except maybe after that Lapu Lapu, because when they pick up the Lapu Lapu, that's going to start the fights more often than not. And when he does start the fights, Vel knows how to navigate. And maybe it's down to the fact that it's just so hard for any single or any 2 members of ONIC to deal with a rampaging Lapu Lapu. They don't really have the tools to deal with it, especially this early in the game. Maybe that's one of the factors here contributing them. But look at that, Skylar! Almost getting taken out immediately. That was almost 100-0. Luckily, he was able to get out of dodge here, but not done yet. They're going to be able to buy so much space for this Lord. And now they're going in. Del, previous fighter, throws down Landshaker. No one home. And it's going to be a soft reset. Long already using up the Salmon Force. This could be some pretty good stuff. Kyrie is dishing out here on the side, but Zed already used the Flicker Wave, the Dragon combination. That might be bad. That might be the ticket here for Jiangfeng Yao Guai to actually make more things happen. Kyrie's up on front, wants to make it a 50-50 if ever, but looks like they're going to decide against it, at least for now. Or will they? Don't know if Vel already has the way to drag. Or sorry, he already has it. The previous fighter actually. It's gonna be back up. Tries to go for a bush check and the flicker in straight into Sans. And look at that Lutfi. Gonna get taken out quite quickly. Super Ken is on the killing spree. Look at this guy, just unstoppable so far. Even Kyrie's Lancelot is having a hard time dealing with it. And now that's gonna be Lord number 2 going over to DFYG.
DFYG, color me impressed how they pushed and pulled that Lord twice or thrice, really dragging it out, not committing the 50-50, making sure that, okay, we'll bring it down low, we'll bring Kyrie out, we'll bring ONIC a little bit closer to force them, but then they already have bodies way ahead, stopping any form of aggression that ONIC would want to do to really try and heavily contest. Then they soft reset it, or the first case I believe was a hard reset. They get kills, they go back, bring down the Lord a bit, bring ONIC closer, then they reset again. That is tremendous play by DFYG to bait ONIC out multiple times, and now they are getting closer to a 7,000 gold lead. Super Ken now has a BOD and he is 3-0-1. The 2 Indonesians in DFYG have been stellar against ONIC.
You can tell their knowledge about the opposing team right now is really helping out a lot for DFYG, knowing the tempo of ONIC Indonesia to some extent. So they're doing very well, and DFYG are now just camping out in the jungle here of ONIC Indonesia. Now, if you're ONIC, what's going to be the play here, man? Like, how do they climb themselves out of here and stop the snowball?
Yeah, with how they're built, it's going to come through the fight. Oh my goodness! Super Ken just finding Skylar like that. He tried to cancel it out, but it was a bit too early on the flicker.
Yo, they're starting and they're not stopping. DFYG, target after target is falling. Lutfi and Kyrie are all alone to defend against this big wave on the top side, and all remaining members of DFYG. This might be a big ask, but they are going to try to see if they can clear up this wave. And that's going to be a no-no. Kyrie, with all his tools, will not even be able to slow him down. And DFYG take down ONIC Indonesia in game number 1.
Dianfeng Yao Guai. And you see how getting even that game win means to them. A confidence boost for DFYG to take down ONIC in a game. The series is definitely not over yet, and we may be on the way to seeing 3 games. But it's it is impressive. You cannot take away from the win of DFYG in this game. The draft, what they pulled off, the fact that they focused on their own priorities with the bans. They picked up Cho at 4. Terrific drafting and even better execution. What a game by DFYG.
What a game, man. You saw that DFYG were so giddy. They were jumping literally after that win. What the hell is happening here? Man, oh man, Super Ken. I gotta say, man, BTR GOAT, he learned so much. You can tell he knows how to deal with ONIC Indonesia's playstyle. You can tell that he has played with him time and time again. The way that he's actually dipping and diving and anticipating their moves, very impressive, I have to say. Yeah. Especially for Vel, by the way, he's like my personal MVP for this one. Vel on the Lapu-Lapu knew when he needed to go, knew when he needed to strike, and he knew when he needed to fight.
The Indonesian connection between Vel and Super Ken were so good. It was as if they were back in Indonesia, getting wins over ONIC in the regular season. Terrific performance by DFYG.
Definitely one of the weirdest things that happened today, and maybe an upset if you're depending on your allegiance, but you know what? It's good MLBB. We'll see you in a few moments as we go into game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We will be
And we are back here, boys and girls, for ONIC Indonesia versus Janfeng Yaoguai. And we are, again, we find ourselves in a position where it's actually DFYG who are ahead in the series.
Yep. It's 1-0. 1-0 in favor of DFYG. And the beats of the draft are going pretty similarly. ONIC might be letting go of their Hilda first phase ban, something that they banned alongside the Grok and Juice earlier in game number 1. While still, it is very set for DFYG. Wouldn't be surprised if they continue this of just Kalea, Fanny, and Yu Zhang again, and then play for some different trades.
Yeah, definitely the draft. Even though they did have like a 50-50 draft, definitely it felt a lot easier for DFYG to play around it, just because they also had like the Lapu Lapu, right? And the Lapu Lapu just did so much to just make it so easy to get a team fight going.
Yeah.
And because of that, feels like the Harif is gonna get removed as well. Another pain point in the game earlier, I gotta say.
Yeah.
So this is actually fine.
Yeah, of course, the Harith being a terrific last pick for DFYG. It rounded out the damage profile that they needed a little bit better. And of course, Long showing off why he also won in lane using a Harith in yesterday's series. And I believe that might also have just been a call by ONIC. It's like, yeah, we can't let the Harith get through for them. He's really good at it. So I like that now ONIC's looking towards the Eve as a priority. But definitely this is going to be telegraphed by DFYG. No way they're going to be giving an Eve just like that to ONIC unless they're prepped with something else. So just instantly they go for the Lancelot and they go for the Hilda. So I think this is also expected by ONIC though, considering that they gave up the Hilda ban and now it ends up with DFYG.
Yeah, that's like an insta-lock right there. Like, you were just mentioning it, and you were just about to check their draft, and the DFYG immediately lock in the Lancelot and the Hilda. But I love this. This Lapu Lapu on the side of ONIC Indonesia just makes it so that they can actually just play around it, you know? Start the fight with Lapu Lapu, and then just give Sans breathing room or very easy ways to get the fight in their favor.
Yeah, so now the question is if they're going to get their gold laner or jungler. They still get their gold laner, and this time they focus on the Claude. So the carry pick is going to be coming in later, and I wouldn't be surprised if DFIG just start committing bans onto the Hayabusa and Yu Shin, or give one of those two heroes up, and then just readjust their bans or their picks to counter the eventual jungler for ONIC. They take away the Esmeralda by picking it up for themselves now, and that is instantly just going to be going into the EXP lane to face up against that Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, that's a pretty good matchup. DFYG, I mean, it's not the best. Honestly, it feels like the Lapu Lapu is still more mobile, and it's a lot more teamfight oriented. But Esmeralda is definitely something that you can't really face off straight up. And you also have a Claude, right? The Claude can't rely too much on the shielding for him to survive. Same with the Lapu.
Yeah. So, if Kiboy ends up with getting the Rome Badang here again, that's actually going to make this Esmeralda really happy. That it would make sense if they just take out the Cho and then the Gatot Kacha. I don't think ONIC has to take out the Gatot, because if they put this Esmeralda in the gold, Hilda and XP, and then they put a Rome Gatot Kacha, they're gonna be lacking in damage. And they'll need to pick up something like the Kimmy, because they just can't all be cooldown based. They'll also need some continuous attack getting dished out, and Kimmy would be like the last best option instead of going for a Farsa or a burst style mage.
Yeah, that Farsa is something that we saw earlier. Was able to actually deal with the Eve quite well, but it's gonna get banned out. So what's the mid lane option looking like here for DFYG?
As I just said earlier, Kimmy will probably be their next best bet.
Kimmy's look good. Is there a possibility of it getting banned out? Like, is there a way that like an alternative for that?
Yeah, that's a sad thing though. So as expected, they take out the Gatot Kacha. If ONIC decides to ban out the Kimmy here, then their mid, they're probably gonna end up left with something like a Kagura, most likely, or the Valentina even. The Valentina might be their next best bet if they just want to make sure that they can get the real-world manipulation. If ONIC do not ban out the Kimmy, then they'd rather face into it. But I think to be safe, ONIC just needs to take it out. I think Kimmy covers a little bit more of what they... Oh, the low Yi! Okay, good read. So they're willing to play into the Kimmy because they'd rather take out the low Yi. All right, okay.
That is decent. That is actually decent here for ONIC. Now, Kimmy is an option. Not that it has an easy time, right? It has a pretty hard time against like players like... heroes like the Lapu Lapu, heroes like the Eve. But again... Can't really pick that, brother. As much as we want you to pick it, can't. And Long going back to a comfort pick.
Yep.
Going for the Moscow.
Yeah, so as expected, it is going to be basic attack-based marksman. They could still go for the Hayabusa. I think the Hayabusa is just going to be a really solid pick in the end. Even though they're up against the Hilda, then they pick up maybe like a Hylos or... Badang, I'm a little bit iffy. Khalid, I don't see enough.
Want to show it up?
It's just... well, it was banned.
Oh, yeah, banned out. Sorry. Banned out.
So it's either the Badang or the Hylos, maybe Freaky Boy, unless he digs deep and picks up something like a Tigreal. I don't know. Oh, a Barats. Okay.
Really?
So, of course, he got adjusted and by the patch, and now they're going to lock in the Guinevere as well. Lots of crowd control. Okay.
Ooh, all right. This looks good. This looks really good for ONIC Indonesia. I like it. Feel like not a lot of roamers will consider the Guinevere, but recently it has been really rising in usage. So
yeah.
Guinevere roam really good at stopping a lot of mobile heroes in its tracks, and that's going to do well against the Lance. It's going to do well against the Moskov, even the Hilda in some scenarios.
Yeah. So either the Valentina or Kimmy, unless they're... Will they go something off kilter? Probably not. We have been talking about the Kimmy for a while here. There's a lot of basic attack. If they want a little bit more control and they even steal the Detonus Welcome, then the Valentina would be good. But yeah, we've been saying it in earlier. They ended up getting up the Kimmy. So it's ONIC who decided to flex a little bit more creativity in this draft because that's where they ended up getting forced into. They have some really strong crowd control effects, and I think it's time we talk about what has been changed by Barats in the latest draft. So his ultimate misses if he doesn't get to bite anyone with Detonus Welcome. The cooldown gets reduced by 50%. If the ultimate hits, Detona immediately gains max stacks of the big guy passive. So if you just want to land your ultimate, if you're rushing to get into a fight, you don't need to get stacks first and then use your ultimate. If it hits, you get stacks right away. They also remove the effect of Barrett's getting stacks of big guy when respawning. And there is increased HP bonus for the additional damage. From 1.8%, it is now 5% of your total HP. So the more HP Barrett's has, he's happy.
And you know what? It's actually about time. It's just so weird for Barras that you have to keep stacking up for a long time, and then you go for a big fight, and then you have to do it all over again. This time around, it feels like more intuitive, right? To actually use the Barrats, and I really appreciate that change onto him. Maybe one of these could be the signal here for Barrats to actually start entering pro play again after a long time of just making like random appearances out of nowhere. Might be a really good staple pick, especially if ONIC Indonesia can prove that here in this game.
Yeah, I think it is a big deal. The fact that the little bit of reworks and adjustments to when he gets his cooldown, the max stacks, once you get the bite, should be all well and good. I mean, I'm definitely okay, and I would not want to see another heyday of it's always just Barrett's versus Fredrin. I'm fine. I don't need to see that again. But just to have like another option, it's totally fine by me. That's cool, you know? Like, I would rather see a little bit more of that. Where, okay, you can bring in Barrett's from time to time if you want to. Similar to how Fredrin is now, similar how to Akai is now.
That's true. At least, again, expanding the jungle option is probably one of their a big priority as well. You don't want to go back to just only Frederick and Akai and stuff like that, right? And the Baksha, obviously. So, yeah, we're in a really good spot, and it feels like if we can find more. Again, the Guinevere also tried to be a jungler sometime in the past. So, I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I'm just saying, can happen. Maybe someday along the line. But here we go. Game number 2. It's ONIC Indonesia, who are down a game against Dianfeng Yao Guai. But I have to say, after reviewing the draft, ONIC got like a pretty sizable advantage if like it's just a head-to-head, right? Because you gotta admit, DFYG's lineup, hella greedy. Like, oh my god. You got
Get
2
another
marksmen up on you.
Yeah, it will take some time. So there is a risk of ONIC just snowballing on them, steamrolling them through this Barrett. The good thing is, again, we got to see it earlier, wherein as long as your conditions are set, you know that you just need to hold. Similar to, I believe it was the Mythic Seal game earlier that we saw in that game number 2, wherein they had a much later game lineup. They were just able to hold on, and then eventually take the win later in the game. It's a similar story. On the side of ONIC, you have a lineup that could potentially just run over DFYG. But if DFYG can keep things close, keep the gap just hovering around 3,000 to 4,000 at worst, then there's a really good chance that they can make a comeback through this as long as they can get some good farm for long. Because the problem is, if it's the jungle that's actually getting majority of the farm, and let's say Kimmy and the Moskov are both lagging significantly behind, then even if they're still within range of 3,000 to 4,000, that's going to be a really hard comeback. So if someone's going to struggle, make sure the other 2 are good with farm, or at least have kept it close. That's how you make sure you get to bring it back in around 14 minutes, 15 minutes, and hit your power spike then, and especially have a very threatening presence in the game for ONIC to deal with.
I mean, what threatening presence, though? What do you think is that threatening presence? Because, you're absolutely right. Like, if, for example, we go into the game, and we see that they're even in gold for like maybe the next 6 minutes or 7 minutes, that's already good, right, for DFYG. But I wonder what presence they can do aside from the Hilda in the early, or maybe Super Ken on the Lancelot, right?
Yeah. I was talking about the farm, the items. That's really just going to be their ace up their sleeve. That's their presence that they're going to be waiting to be getting past 14 minutes, around 15 minutes, if ever it doesn't go their way. The good thing is they have a good matchup in the EXP lane for the Esmeralda against the Lapu Lapu. Although this time around it might be a little bit better for Skylar, but instantly you see the aggression by ONIC, and they can afford to do this, playing around the Barretts.
Playing around that Barretts. Again, you're waiting for that ultimate, right? You want Deadness Welcome. You want to see that. Again, you have a lot of heroes that can actually take advantage of the skills that you have here. So good early game damage coming in from Kiboy, possibly once you hit the Violet Requiem, and also pretty good damage on the Eve. You know, as we talked about, Eve usually is like a really high DPS hero. You kind of forget that it's not bursty, but it is continuous damage and slow and burn. So yeah, let's see if they can use that. And then for now, luckily for the Esmeralda, for Vel, Lutpi is actually having a hard time dealing with it straight up, which is to be expected on that lane, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, one of the core survivability for Lapu Lapu is to just have innate shielding capabilities, something that's the Esmeralda is very happy to go up against. So now, with the first big fight, for DFYG, they're just hoping they don't suffer a massive loss. Like, if this ends up becoming 3-0, bro, that's going to be a struggle for DFYG, and it's going to be a really late game for them. But if they can keep it close, then they should be good. ONIC, though, if they get this, it's going to be massive.
Yeah, this is going to be massive if ONIC can actually just get this early on. But Vel is very proactive here. Lutpi already using up the Bravest Fighter. Rushing. They're bum rushing straight into the turtle here. Using the traction pulse. It's going to be stolen by Super Ken. What the hell? And now there's going to be a big, very bad team fight here. Kyrie is up in front. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Sans trying to do some decent damage from the back line, but Super Ken is dancing in and out. He's going to go down, though. Long's coming in, but as you can see, this Moskov just doesn't really quite have enough damage yet, but you know what? DFYG got the turtle, and they got some decent amount of gold for that as well. Lutpi, though, going in with the Bravest Fighter, some decent output here.
No
Zed! Oh my god, that is a Hilda! It is gonna hurt, and they're gonna be getting another kill in their pockets!
Great rotation by Zed. I think Ludwig decided to commit that because he definitely was thinking, oh, no way the Hilda's gonna come to me, right? Like, Zed's not gonna go all the way here. I can just duel it out with Vel. Wait, no, the Hilda is here. And that's another kill going on over to the Esmeralda. Ludwig struggled in game 1, will be struggling here yet again. DFYG, them getting a win in that turtle was massive for their cause because Lung is still deathless. He's still farming. Skylar, though, is still relatively undisturbed, but DFYG will be okay with that. They're playing with 3 carries in their lineup. Long.
Yeah, they're here to just survive in the early games, not to win even. But look at that. They're actually outputting some pretty decent pressure. You know what? When I was actually estimating this lineup for DFYG, maybe I forgot about how good a good of a poke that Kimi can actually dish out, especially if the traction pulse just keeps hitting, you know?
Well, so much damage is on the way for DFYG if ONIC cannot find a way to stop them. This second turtle take might just be the difference here. They should have enough now in their tank through the Eve, through the Barretts, and even a little bit of the Claude to now take it to DFYG. But Zed has been, again, great man marking for Zed. Vel as well, definitely a huge nuisance for ONIC. Now DFYG have started things off.
Yeah, they're starting it off, and actually it's a pretty decent start here. Of course, on the side, it's going to be Lutfi hunting down Yon, and I think he will find him. That's going to be another kill going over to them, but it looks like Turtle is not the prio. It's going to be taking down Kyrie, and that means that's going to be Retribution going over to DFYG once more. But look at this really, really good team fight coming in with the Blazing Duet. Oh, they catch him, though, and that is going to be 3 members going down for ONIC Indonesia. Lutfi is on the run. Same with Sans. Not enough mana, not enough damage output to actually deal with this really scary Esmeralda. Even using the bravest fighter to dip in that moment. Man, oh man, DFYG, after all that, even got a turret on topside, Renmar.
DFYG get another win, and ONIC now are scrambling. It looked good initially. Lutfi did a great job of zoning out and taking down E1, but DFYG readjusted their focus and just decided, give it all to the Barretts, then we back off, readjust, the push and pull yet again. Similar to what they showed off in game number 1, DFYG are really showing off how much they've improved since we last saw them in a major international nail. Now they are potentially on the way to sweeping ONIC. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's still 6 minutes in. Kiboy eventually got to counter back with a great re-entry. The spatial migration and flicker started it off. But because of the lead that Vel has built up for himself as the Esmeralda, he's 4-0-1. ONIC do not have the damage just yet to deal with this. It's going to be tough, and now Lutfi's in trouble.
Yeah, Lutfi is going to get caught here in the traction pulse. Luckily, we'll be able to do the CC immune maneuver on the Lapu Lapu. But yeah, look at that. Look at this rotation that DFYG is doing, making sure that the top side just cannot be farmed at all, forcing Skylar to go bottom to get even more gold for him.
If DFYG win this next turtle again with 2 kills plus and ONIC don't match that, it's not going to look good for ONIC. It's going to be DFYG now taking control of the game. Hopefully, Skylar got enough farm for his Claude to eventually just match now the damage output that DFYG has. But will it also even be enough to take out the Esmeralda? Super Ken showed himself up top.
Oh, look at Zed. He's just going hard on the Sans there. And again, once more, it is going to be Super Ken with that turtle. Kyrie going to get basically melted in the DPS. That is Yon. That is Vel.
Skylar
right now up on front, even forcing the flicker out of Lutfi, as well as the rest of the ONIC lineup. And now here's Skylar going in the back line, trying to hunt down Long. He's actually going to find him. There goes that comeback possibility, but Skylar will also be dealt with here by Super Ken. Nice prediction on where he's actually going to go back, or when he's going to go back. And so far, so good for DFYG. They're still keeping this relatively sizable lead.
All turtles have gone over to Super Ken and Dianfeng Yao Guai. ONIC now, though, the saving grace is Skylar. He does have the damage, and Kyrie, it took a lot of DFYG's damage to try and just take him down. So it might be so that even with all the damage that DFYG has, Kari might just have enough to just hold down long enough for Skylar and Sans to deal majority of the damage and or finish off what the other members of ONIC have already started. But as it stands, the FYG has the lead. Super Ken has been finding some really good trades. Vel hasn't died yet. Long only went down once, but he's racked up some 5 assists. Not a lot of kills yet for him. E1 as well has been positioning relatively well. It's just they were caught off guard by the eventual entries. As long as the FYG keep watching out and maximize their purifies, every team fight is going to be difficult for ONIC.
100%, especially if Zed just keeps going unchecked, right? I want to also check the items if possible. I want to see if the Chastise Pauldron is already completed. For sure, that's like a big core item if your opponent is a Claude. And they're trying to deal with it now as well on top side, especially here on the bottom. Look at that. They might be starting to build towards it. And they take out Skylar just like that. What the heck? Where did that amount of damage come from? Feels like they just bursted him into oblivion.
It's built in. It's all natural. It's all natty damage from DFYG. And they're going to be able to get this Lord. They're zoning out ONIC. ONIC can't get close.
This Hilda is just paying off dividends.
Look at Vel
right now. And look at that, Vel. He's actually fighting against 4 members of ONIC and somehow just actually surviving. Again, the perks of just being an Esmeralda. But look at that. Finally, that is well going to be used up here. And here comes Long, though. The backup is real. And the big dive. Falling Star will use up by Vel as well. And it looks like that's going to be the disengage. We got the big Lord wave coming up on top side. And the bottom, we got Long as well. And there you go. Feels like they just want to go all-out damage here. They don't want to build defensive at all.
ONIC used a lot of their abilities there. And they are going to be somewhat lacking. Good thing the push of the Lord up top isn't as fast as it could have been. So RWM is back. The Violet Requiem is back. Lapu Lapu will get his Bravest Fighter and Raging Slashes back as well. They're just waiting for Death on his welcome now for ONIC. But for DFYG, again, it's just... as long as they just keep watching their positioning, Vel is nigh unstoppable at this point. So far, the answer to if ONIC do they have enough damage to take down this Esmeralda, it's no. He's surviving 5v1s, 4v1s, man. And only with Zed there to help.
Yeah, especially now that he already completed the Blade Armor and Chastise is on Zed alongside the Oracle. So you know that this front line is just going to keep going non-stop. Even against a Blazing Duet, maybe even against a Lapu Lapu with the Bravest Fighter, and even against, obviously, the Violet Requiem. So let's go ahead and see if if anything is gonna change here. So far, so good. DFYG keeping the tempo up. Massive map control for the Chinese squad.
I hope our slowly growing, passionate community in China is watching, and I hope the news is spreading that DFYG is on the way to beating ONIC.
They are on the way for sure, but look at that, the counter engage coming in from Sans and the Blazing Duet undisrupted here for Skylar. Actually did some pretty decent damage, taking down 3 members of the FYG just like that. All of a sudden, tables could possibly be turned, especially if Sans gets a Void Crystal here and a Void Blast. That's going to be catching Long for sure. Look at that, they're